Going to open up the Newberg City Council work session for June 19, 2017. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, all present, duly noted.
Thank you. Anything for the consent calendar? Nothing on the consent calendar. Any other agenda item?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor McKinney.
would it be in everybody's best interest to do the certificate of appreciation much earlier in the meeting rather than the end of the meeting for Habitat? That'd be a change in the agenda.
You'd probably be here anyway for the other thing.
I don't think there's anybody here, but that's just under council business, but yeah.
Just do as you will.
Yeah, we can do that even at the work session for that matter. I don't think there's going to be anybody here. That's really for your business.
I don't think anybody's.
Not from Habitat. They've already said they weren't, the people we expect from Habitat aren't going to be here.
Never mind.
No, so it's a good question. Any other agenda items? None? How about council business? I have 2 items for council business.
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
I have one, but it can,
Councilor Johnson? Is your name Johnson?
Yeah,
Councilor Johnson?
okay, thanks. I think we should probably have a discussion about charter amendments.
All right. City Recorder?
I have one, but we can do it during work session. It's just a reminder about LOC annual conference.
Okay.
You're gonna get a pen thrown at you.
You got it. You got it. It's yours.
Step up.
Anything else? Nothing else on council business? And anything on, as we're looking at the work session, we ended up with the one candidate that we had that we planned to interview has withdrawn their candidacy from applying for the vacancy on city council. So that being a piece of business, let's just go ahead and take care of that right now. I have made the suggestion to the city recorder, and I hope you will go along with it, that we will reopen that recruitment up now, get it in the paper next week, and we will keep it open through the month of July and see what we have in the way of that.
Yes.
Did you have something, Joe? Oh, okay. So I think that's probably, unless there's some other concern, would be a go on that then, Sue. So we'll go ahead and start on that.
Feel free to recruit your friends and neighbors now.
Well, I think that's a good challenge. Well, I would challenge the 5 of you to do what recruiting you can, remembering it is District 1. And if you need the information on what that district is, the borders, et cetera, the parameters of the district, check with Sue so you can have it. But we need to do that recruitment. The second thing that is on our work session that we have this evening, is there any questions for Caleb? You're here for finance tonight.
I am.
On the financial statements that came out from finance. Anything on those? None appearing. You're off the hook on that this time for a while. Okay. And Sue, LOC conference.
So I had emailed all of you an early reminder. If you're going to attend, we did budget for everyone to go. I never know who's able to go, so I just ran budget for everyone. They have a new registration system this year, 2nd year in a row. So you cannot sign up for a room unless you are registered for the conference. So I will be sending you additional reminders. And room registration does open June 30th. And I know the conference is not until September, but sometimes the rooms go like hotcakes. So if you decide you want a room they are budgeted for, then you must register first, and then I can register you for the room. I can also register you for the conference, but you cannot register for a room on your own. It's not my system, sorry. So if you want me to register you, then just send me an email, Scott already has, and I'll get started on that so that when the room is open the morning of June 30th, I can get us in the door. Okay?
My voicemail to you right now is yes.
Okay, all right,
That's my voicemail.
okay. Okay, Stephen too, okay, thanks.
Any other voicemails for Sue right now? So McKinney, Essen, myself, for the annual conference right now. Okay. Very good. And Patrick, what did you have on the charter that you wanted to talk about right now?
I'm not entirely sure it's appropriate until after we find out what we're doing with
Well,
that.
then maybe we need to want to hold that discussion, okay?
Okay.
And the one, and I think Stephen brought up a good one, and I'm going to follow up on it. We had, under council business, we had a certificate that you have in your packet that we received from Habitat, thanking the council for their participation this year, and I wanted to make sure that you saw that and realized that you were recognized by that organization, and on behalf of that organization, and I think on behalf of the board, which Denise and I both sit on, that we appreciate all of your collaborative work on that along with us and the board with what Habitat is. Had a good turnout on Saturday for their grand opening. Hot dogs, hamburgers, they were busy as could be when I got there at about 10 to 11. And I think, were you there just ahead of me or just, no, you weren't, but Doug was. Doug came in. How late did you stay? 11:30. And they were busy that whole time. The parking lot was pretty well filled that whole time, so thank you on that. Okay, is there anything else that you would like to cover at this time, since we are kind of at a little bit at liberty during our work session right now?
Do you want me to do the manager update here, Mayor?
You certainly may, and that might be a good idea.
So, Mayor and Council, Joe Hannon, your city manager. So Aaron's here, and I give a copy of my stuff to there, and then same thing with KLYC, which he's going to remind me that I need to send him the email in a few minutes too, so I've got to do that. I'll go through the items that are coming up. One of the a helpful suggestion to me was to cover some of the items that when I do stuff with staff, I think some of the counselors were kind of figuring, well, I'm doing stuff outside the city, and am I taking care of business inside? So I'll try sprinkling more without going for an hour of some of the things that are happening, key things with the staff. And then you can give me feedback at times that this is getting too long or too tortuous, then I can short stuff up. So in the last 2 weeks, again, it's pace doesn't seem to slow down in the city, and it's been pretty busy. In tandem with the mayor, presented the city's perspective on the TVR annexation to the Newberg City Club, held weekly update meetings with directors of human resource, finance, IT, and public works. I do this every week, and this is a chance for me and the department director to sit down and go through stuff and say, hey, do you have some items that you need my attention to? Still do it during the week, but I always have that where they can sit down with me and do it. I also do it with Don Karen and with, now I've started it with Rosa for communications. Two departments I don't do it that often or not on a regular schedule is police and library. And that's by their request, but as I see items go up, then I'll go over each of those departments. Also attended a development proposal to staff made on a project in Main Street in the city area that's looking at our maker space that we're going to be doing we put some money in the budget for comprehensive plan change. So those kinds of projects, always the lead is Doug. And so then he invites me along to just kind of listen and get a perspective and see how I can assist him. This one was with some property owners there and with an unnamed development proposer in that site. Of course, that's the site that has been public about Charlie Sidden, that we're trying to assist him in potentially bringing a hotel to that area. Attended the chamber board meeting. We worked on, and this is the beginning of department directors meeting once a month on emergency preparedness. So that's getting our staff ready, just with who we have. Jay Harris and Chief Casey have been taking the lead from that, and now we've set out a work plan of what we should be doing with staff and getting staff prepared for that. And shortly then, we'll bring back of getting the council prepared for if something happens in town. And this is over and above what we're doing with the community, with the disaster planning with the churches. And the latest on that one is that we've been to federal and state surplus. We have our line on equipment that we are going to be able to acquire, some of it inexpensively, some of it for no cost, and place it into, and we're going to start with 3 churches and sign an agreement between them and the city of what they're agreeing to prepare their congregations for emergency preparedness. Eventually, the hope is to do all 35 churches, but we'll come back with a little more extensive presentation on that. Worked with public works staff, and particularly Karin is our lead in response to the oak trees on Villa. So we got into a question and answer period with the mayor, with the council president and council member Bacon, to just look at some of the options. And we're still in that process, but we've scheduled a work session to look at heritage tree and mitigation and just the whole response to the oak trees on Villa, and that's scheduled for August 7th as just like this, a work session. Also, as a follow-up to the Newberg City Club, we made a presentation, this time as a staff presentation to a community meeting that a majority of you were there, and just talking again about the city's perspective, and we'll follow up with that this evening. Working with TVFR's finance staff, and in your packet and what's gone out to the public, including to the press, is looking at, and we'll talk about that tonight, of what would happen if the city decides to take back the fire department. So it's about reconstituting the department. There's probably more than you possibly wanted. There's some detailed spreadsheets that you received this afternoon, but there's also a one-page summary, and that's what I'll cover when we get to our presentation about what happens if. Attended an intergovernmental meeting also with the mayor and the council, with the mayor and the TVFNR representatives. This is our intergovernmental meeting about where we're at in the process of 1 year of work, and that's where we come up with issues if we're not getting the right kind of service or questions about. Had that. Worked with Rose Oliveris on a new resident to Newberg brochure. This was actually, and I'll tell him when he comes in, this was Robert Suppy's idea about having something of a brochure that we can hand to when somebody comes in and says, gee, how do you deal with trees that are out in front? What happens if your sidewalk is broken? But telling them about things that may not be that obvious to every city that you go to, and then also that the free items, reminder that you get a library card. Here's how you go. It says free on it, and a free bag of compost. So, but looking for things that make them feel welcome, but also a reference.
I won't go there.
Okay. This is work session. So. Worked with Don Karen on a spreadsheet that will be in your next packet, and it will be on a regular basis. And this is to track public information requests that come to council meetings. This came out of a question. Again, it was Robert of saying, hey, I asked for something, and it was an extended period, like a year, and where is it at? And we had done some email responses to them, but not a formal one. So we've now borrowed from a couple of cities, but primarily Canby's, and so you will receive that every time that, per council rules and the mayor's description that he tells when people are making a presentation, that if somebody from town goes to the effort of turning in a written request, they'll show up on that sheet. It shows who it's assigned to and what we have done with it, and then you'll get it in your packet. And we'll also provide it to the press that way. Attended a council staff TVR luncheon with Councilmember Corey, and this is just a thing that the TVFNR is trying to do at least once a year to build some rapport, still being our fire department. Attended supervisors training that was put on by our HR director, so Anna did that. These were primarily for directors and just reminding us of what the law is and how we can be better supervisors. Attended a presentation by TriTech, and these are the folks that are working with WACA and with us on radio upgrades and dispatch. So this can be both software and hardware. Attended the Parkway Committee with the mayor. This is to discuss the bypass, the legislative process of going on with the transportation bill, and also about special event planning, which is the opening coming in the fall. Worked again with Rose Oliveris to draft a city communications plan. About 85% or so done with the draft. Bring it back to the council for your feedback to say, okay, this is our strategy on Facebook, on material that goes out. Things like we just said, the brochure is something that she does. The work and support of the TUP will be her responsibility. We met with state and federal surplus staff to clarify what the surplus opportunities are for us in the emergency preparedness, helping us as a city organization and also with staff. 6 more items. Met with the sheriff on Friday to discuss animal control. Beginning July 1, all the ordinance comes through, there's going to be a change at the county where he basically gets out of some of the traditional roles of animal or dog control, not animal control. And so what are we going to do as a community? So I've requested the sheriff to convene a group with all the nonprofits and interested parties, and McMinnville and us have agreed to go and work with folks on something to how we're going to deal with dogs and animal control. We also talked about the sheriff is interested in building a search and rescue facility at Rogers Landing, so we're working on some particulars for that. I attended the final meeting and the successful completion of CERT, so I'm now a CERT training volunteer, and to just kind of, again, see what the community and what other members from Newberg are learning about how the county is helping us prepare for that. Attended the Downtown Coalition Board meeting, met with 2 different veterans groups, and this is coordinating a presentation. They're going to come to council regarding veterans banners and brackets that are being proposed to go up for Mountain View. So they want to show you about it and basically get your blessing, but they're out and we're just helping them with how they might do some fundraising for that. Attended the 2 chamber greeters meetings on Fridays, attended the monthly meeting of the Mid-Willamette Council of Governments. It's where the city managers from 3 counties get together, find out what legislation, what it's going through, of how it might affect the city, and we just share stories about and try to help each other as much as we can. Met with Anvil Academy owner. He wanted to discuss a proposal that he's going to bring to us and or the lodging committee regarding tourism bus, and then attended a couple of Kiwanis Club meetings. So, Mayor.
Any questions or comments for the city manager? I do have one, and my apology for not getting back to you. I keep forgetting it. I had two comments were made about the banner that is the demonstration banner that is at the Christian Church on
Right.
Mountain View. That the printing is very small to determine who is being honored.
Was that the second banner that's
That
gone up?
was the second one. That was
Oh,
just
it's
within
still-
the last 10 days.
Okay, I'll pass that along to him.
Yeah, please do. Have
Okay.
you noticed that?
Joe and I had that discussion.
Okay,
Okay.
good. All right, but I wanted to pass that on, that seemed to be. Any others? There's one that I neglected earlier that I had on my notes here to share with you. And this is one about, and it came from, actually it came from Leslie Woodruff. And she sent this to me after she had left office here. But she was suggesting that the council hold a quarterly discussion about how things are going, how, just check in with us as to what our experience has been, learn about any red flags that we've noticed, are we making progress on our goals, that we have a quarterly review of that. Is that something that you'd like to do during work sessions, that we kind of do a check-in on where we are with our goals on that? That was a suggestion she made, and I said I would bring it to you, and I neglected to do that, so I wanted to do it tonight.
For the council and not an open discussion?
Well, this would be like through our work session, that we would just kind of do a timeout and say, yeah, how are we doing? We kind of evaluate ourselves. We evaluate our staff, the city manager and other department heads evaluate their staff. Maybe we need to evaluate how we're doing, was the thought that she was trying to convey. Would you like to try to pursue that?
I would think it'd be a good idea. Now, some of our work sessions get pretty crowded, already, but if they could be fitted in,
But say on a quarterly basis.
that'd be great.
Wherever we could fit it in on a quarterly basis.
That'd be great.
Did you make a note of that, Joe, please?
Sure.
Okay. Councilor Essen?
I didn't really want to discuss it a lot tonight, but I wanted to ship to us, because we keep talking about, we're hearing about charter amendments and that. So I had researched and found that the city of Sherwood had passed a charter amendment in 2014, had 5 different items on it, and I will be shipping it to the whole council and just in general, that their whole process of what they had to go through to get their charter amendment done. And this is recent, so it kind of gives you an idea of what you go through, because they had certain deadlines to meet, and it's not just a simple little deal in order to make it happen, even for whatever comes up out of our current deliberations.
You'll be forwarding that sometime in the near future?
Yeah,
Okay.
if that were to ever come up, so I just thought I'd ship that information to the entire council.
Thank you.
Follow on to that.
Stephen?
In your connections with the LOC, do they have discussion about beneficial charter amendments around the state, or how things have changed that might spur on some charter amendments?
Interesting you ask. No, not that specifically. However, they have just published an update on the initiative and referendum process that is available on their website, just as an FYI. That should we need to peruse that in the near future, we have that is an FAQ that we can use for that.
Do you think they'll publish it in their magazine?
I don't know, but it is available online.
Okay,
It's one of their FAQs.
good, okay.
Joe?
Lights on.
Oh,
Lights on, nobody's home. I think that's all I have right now, unless there's something else that you guys want to, yes. I think I know what's coming. Go ahead.
So, we're all set for the parade in July for Old Fashioned Festival. Roger Gano's gonna
That's what
drive.
I understand.
We are going to have the old fire truck.
Good.
And I will send you a reminder with the parade route and where you're supposed to gather. Closer to the date.
And no candy.
Yeah, there's a risk management issue with the candy thing.
Okay.
So,
All right, so Roger and the fire truck are available.
correct.
Good, thank you. All right, and we need to gather, what, 09:30?
Yeah, because it's supposed to start at 10.
And they do.
Yeah,
Now, whether we actually or move at 10 o'clock, but the parade will start at probably at 10. Stephen? What? Well, I think we're going to be at ease, so
Oh,
unless there's something further,
Can I?
one more item? Yes,
Mayor?
go ahead, Stephen, go ahead. You want to catch up on the half-year, semi-annual report from the council for their meetings attended? Have you gotten that from everybody?
No.
Okay,
We're gonna, yeah, I need you, Stephen, and Scott just gave me his list tonight, so.
okay, good.
Okay.
Hi, Leah.
Hi, this is Leah Griffith, the library director, and I just wanted to invite all of you to next week's Public Works Day, 11 to 1 up at the library. We'll have Public Works and
The day?
police. It's Wednesday,
This Wednesday?
not this Wednesday, next Wednesday, the 28th. This Wednesday, we start our summer reading programming, but next week is when we have Public Works Day. And so Wednesday, 11 to 1, another library does the same type of thing, and they call it Touch a Truck Day. I think I would refer to ours as Honk the Horn Day, because they honk a lot of horns when they're in the trucks. But it's a great day. It's a good chance to see a lot of your constituents and for them to see some of the other things that the city does that maybe they don't get to see or only see from a distance. So it's a good event. I think we've been doing it for, gosh, maybe 10 years or so. I'll have to double check how long we've been doing it. It's been a long time.
I have a question while you're here. How did this Stop, Drop, and Read program go this year?
You know, it was a real quiet event. It rained, so we stopped, dropped, and read inside. We didn't go outside on the street this year. This is the first time we haven't done that. We've been doing that for about 5 or 6 years. And it's really just out there as kind of a reminder for people to make sure to keep reading in the forefront of what they do and demonstrate reading with their kids and that type of thing. So it's a pretty low-key event. We have, I will say, since I've got the microphone on and Sue hasn't turned it off yet.
I can
We've-
take care
Oh,
of
you can
that.
do it down there? We've started our summer reading program this year, and in just, less than a week, we've registered about 1,000 people. And so that's a much higher rate than we usually have this quickly, especially since school is not out until tomorrow. And so we've really gotten a lot of people involved in that program already, so we're looking forward to that this summer.
Any other announcements or pieces of vital information? If not, then I'm going to adjourn, and we'll be at ease until approximately 7 p.m.
We could all go to DQ except it'd be a quorum.
Better, I get, so. Okay, so I powered through till Monday morning. Went to the doctor. L1 spot. They showed me a little spine, it's a little pinch to the side of the bottom. I somehow, I don't even know what it is. One of those.
Yeah, and Joe did. So he did.
Surgery. So I said, well, I got some exactly. So I don't, my wife went through surgery last year. This. The heart.
It doesn't sound much.
Is that way for?
I had the same choice. Oh, we could do surgery. I'm like,
People are very clear.
Yeah.
how would this happen? I'm not gonna see a guarantee. That's what the doctor said. So I didn't guarantee it's surgery. And you have to take your course.
They were never right.
Oh, my brother-in-law's had surgery.
So anyway, finally. So that's where I get stupid. And I'm feeling better.
Oh, yeah.
So where I got it. And I worked on it. And then I went to the TDFR town hall, and I stood on my feet on that concrete floor for however long, 3-4 hours. Flat on my back.
I said when we were talking there, I just gotta get myself. Because you're on there. Because you're on my list. All you have to do is put your name
I didn't think of it.
No, I just. My daughter just read. Okay.
1,500.
Did you go down and film that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do they have somebody else that knows that they can get a copy of that?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I remember that. I went for all theirs, and I go back and each of their masters and stuff. You don't think they're gonna be PhDs. Yeah. We'll go back for them. That's awesome.
Industrial strength.
Yeah. I remember. It's cool. I like it. Congratulations.
Yeah, exactly.
We are moving on.
For someone else. We'll work through it.
They pay off their mortgage.
I was literally on for not a position. that's perfect, Mark, just tell you, you're regular. Well, I'm glad glad your wife's watching out for you. That's what it's rather than, I'm not a,
I haven't really, I don't really, I never really had one.
yeah, I have to see what we did. Yeah, I don't know. I know there's health. Or how much room you have to look up here. And then if you got a sidewalk. So, and the purple, I think that I actually. So, the yellow house here, this right there, somewhere, yeah.
way to go. The meeting's gonna set up. We do have, the opening right now. Larry's dead.
Retired from women for agriculture. I talked to one time ago, never heard from him. So.
Oh.
He never, he's probably too small. I'm just telling you, we got $60 available.
Oh.
And, Charlie got the blood cancer stuff in my
It all adds up. Yeah, we've done this one.
All right, well, we'll try again. Maybe I'm the one that pushes everyone to the end.
I appreciate that. What's your name again?
Joe McIntyre.
We've talked.
Yes, we have. I thought we had an understanding and then I dropped the ball.
Let's see.
Just several years ago, we gave up. The ladies get very angry if things don't happen, so. Well, give me the same amount of money in the budget next year.
What's your phone?
503-472-8277. I live in Newberg.
503-472-8277.
Correct.
And you're with the organization we have.
Yamhill County Women for Agriculture.
And what are we advertising?
Ag day, and then the other thing we like to do is the gift packs.
Oh, yeah.
The gift packs are really popular, I do very well, so. And it's a 40-year tradition, so we want to keep it going.
Oh, yeah, we love it. Yeah, we've been really busy.
I'm glad to hear that. It's the right kind of busy, right? Taking orders from clients.
Oh, that too.
I see you have a new truck.
Yeah, we got that. We're doing video streaming and we're going to be doing, we're announcing pretty exciting things online.
Okay, well, let them know. There's a meeting tomorrow night and we're not advertising and I can't go, so, but I'll send an email and tell my
Oh,
clients.
okay. Yeah, there's more to come. There's more local news information. More street stuff, more stuff from Newberg.
Well, most of the women are from Indiana. Most of our members are from Fort
We're opening up an audio channel online.
So I should go to your website and get KYC.com. Yeah. And for that day, we have to sit down.
I can go not, never mind, Wallace is on. Oh, there you are. I was just thinking, I gotta keep an eye out. There you are. In November, which was like 3 weeks ago, and all these other people have been talking about it. So, good. Well, I'm glad you got that. And I think you'll be interested in representatives. So, I do remember that the mayor let the mayor know that you're not running. I know he's got a lot of other appointments tonight. But I Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, you bet. So I think the board is going to go ahead and take it.
It's a relief. Sorry, I should have looked.
to mount your stuff over there.
All right. Am I supposed to steal second? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I asked him. Oh. welcome to Newberg City Council Business Section for June 19, 2017. We have a nice full house. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that very much. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mayor, all present, duly noted.
Would you please rise for pledge allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One thing that I want to share with you, just on some is we have the pride of our finance department that received a certificate of achievement for financial excellence in reporting. And goes back, this type of a certificate that we received from the Government Finance Officers Association goes back and has its history dating back to as early as 1992. And we have gone through different iterations with different finance directors, and it is a real pleasure that we again can be able to demonstrate that the finance department has received that certification. The certification was given to our finance director earlier, and I think this evening here to recognize it on behalf of the finance department is Caleb Lippert. It was just gone. Caleb Lippert, and it is a certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting presented to the city of Newberg for its comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2016. And thank you very much to our finance department. Thank you, Caleb, for being here to receive it. Any comments?
Thank you very much. I'm pretty happy about it myself. We had some staff transition starting in May of 2014, and through that transition, we did just basic financial statements for 2 years, and we're back on track with the superior reporting.
Thank you, and thank you, the whole staff, for their work. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
We had earlier during our work session, we had an extended city manager's report. Is there any kind of amending or appending notes that you want to add to that, city manager?
No, Mayor, there aren't, but if anyone wants a copy, we'll put it out on the website. It's just things that are going on in town, and so each meeting, we do that, just a recap of what goes on for the last 2 weeks.
And with that, then, I want to move to council appointments. We have library board appointment, we have riverfront master plan appointments, and we have various committee appointments. And I'm going to start with our appointment for the Newberg Public Library Board. And I'm looking to the council to approve my appointment of Shane Corsetti. Did I do that correctly? Very good, thank you. To position number 3 for the period July 2017 through June 30, 2021.
So moved.
It has been moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve that appointment. And is there any further discussion? Question has been called for. I hear no further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed, same sign. Thank you very much.
Is Shane here?
Shane is here. Would you like to introduce yourself? You may, and if you want to use the mic, you push the silver button and then give us your name so we have it for the record because it's recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Shane Corsetti. Thank you for the opportunity to serve Newberg. Looking forward to working with Leah and the team and just helping make the library a great community resource. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next one is to consent to my appointment of members for the Riverfront Master Plan Advisory Committee. And this is the one that will be helping we, the council, and the staff as we evolve a plan
and put together what will eventually become the master plan for our riverfront. And I have moved to have the people on that committee would be representing the council, Denise Bacon, Brett Baker, Todd Baker, Fred Gregory, Sav Javanji, Kim LeBlanc Esparza, Gary Linhart, Isla Zeller-Holstein, Stan Premisic, Mike Ragsdale, Chris Strub, Ron Wolf, and Leslie Woodruff. And Brian Love, where did I miss him?
Right here.
Oh, Brian Love, thank you. You don't want to miss Brian. I appreciate that. Those are mine. Do I hear a motion? It's been moved, seconded to consent to my appointment of these individuals. Any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Thank you. Do we have any of those people here? So those of you that are interested in the waterfront development can look to these advisory board members. Are there any here that would be willing to stand up or raise their hand, other than Denise? All right, but that's your committee that will be working on that in the very near future. Then we have a consent to various city committees, and I have am nominating or reappointing for the Citizens Rate Review Committee, Marilyn Van Grunsven and Sarah Greider for the Citizens Rate Review Committee. For the Historic Preservation Committee, the reappointment of student member Zoe Jenkins. And for the Planning Commission, the reappointment of student member Miranda Piros. And for the Traffic Safety Commission, Caprice Wheaton as the student planning commissioner, or student commissioner on traffic safety. Pleasure of the council. It's been moved. Been moved and seconded to consent to my appointment of those individuals. All in favor? Is there any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Do we have any of those people that are with us this evening that I mentioned? There's Caprice. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your willingness. We appreciate particularly Caprice and Miranda that is a reappointment for our Planning Commission. These are students in our high school that are willing to begin to learn about how government activities work and provide input to our advisory bodies from their perspective as students. So thank you very much for your willingness to do that. I sincerely appreciate that. And with that, we're going to move to a period of public comment. This is a section of the agenda that provides an opportunity for citizens to address the council on matters relevant to the city in regard. What have you got now?
I couldn't read what he wanted, so I thought maybe you could just.
What's
ask
that?
Mr. Klein. I couldn't read what he wanted.
Excuse. Mr. Klein, would you raise your hand, please? See what it is that he wants. We will be at ease for a moment, please. While we're getting this one, I wanted to go on and that this is a part of the agenda where people can address the council on matters relative to the city regarding items on the consent calendar, but not specific items on the agenda for council deliberation. And I would remind all citizens that have signed up to speak to the council that each speaker will have 5 minutes to address the council. Also, any collective comments by an individual under public comments will be limited to 5 minutes. And it is asked that any request for information that a speaker makes be made in writing and presented to our city recorder to be forwarded to the mayor. The mayor and the council will then assign the request through the staff for review, and staff responses will then be reviewed by the mayor and council before responding to the requester. So, what do I have now?
He wanted to speak
We are now in the public comments, and I have one individual that has signed up for that, and I will welcome Rebecca Wallace, if she would come forward, please. The button on the right, silver button, and introduce yourself. And thank you for coming forward.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Wallace with Family Pet Partners. Nice to see everyone. I have some information about the animal control that's going to be dropping back to Newberg on July 1st. I just wanted to share that I have many hats, as many people know, but Family Pet Partners holds all of the Lost and Found pages, and we have the Lost and Found page for Newberg, Dundee, and also the Lost and Found page of Yamhill. That's a group. We met with Sheriff Svensson and his two captains and discussed animal control and what that would look like, and we gave a proposal to the county in what we think that we could offer the city of Newberg, as well as the other cities in Yamhill County, as kind of an umbrella organization. We have met with Chief Casey and spoke with him a few times, and we have a proposal going to him with options for Newberg directly, not just McMinnville and the other cities within the county. And I wanted to give you some examples of what we currently provide to the city and some of the most recent success stories. So we offer scanning of pets. So if someone comes across a lost pet and they don't have a way to get it to the shelter or used to be to animal control, they would message social media, so all of our pages, or they would make a phone call to a friend who had access to social media. We also have a website. One of the most particular ones that we had recently was someone had called into dispatch. They had a dog that they had found. It had been hit by a car, and they had our phone number, called us, and we were able to go over, scan the dog, and find the owners, and it all happened within 10 minutes that we reunited that animal back to its owners. Another instance we had was a dog had been purchased off of Craigslist and taken home. They didn't have a fenced yard or a garage or any kind of enclosed place to put this dog. They let it out of the car, it got scared by a chicken, and ended up running into the woods off of Warden Hill in Dundee. And since Dundee is in our jurisdiction, we were able to kind of arrange for a trap. We own traps to be able to catch these dogs or cats that are out for a long time. And after 48 hours, we were able to catch this dog in the trap. And then we were able to also place this dog with a foster, and the foster did some wonderful work with this dog, and now he's being adopted out. That's another success story. Let's see. So we're just waiting back to hear what the new ordinance for the county is going to be, and I wanted to share with all of you that that's in process, and so at least you know that we have animal services without enforcement, because we don't obviously do dangerous dogs or things that might get us in trouble. We'll still call the police department for that, but does anyone have any questions for me?
Any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Essen?
So you're meeting with, I really didn't quite understand, you're meeting with the sheriff, and what's the outcome of that? Is this something you're going to propose to us?
So we have already met with the sheriff in regards to a work session that the commissioners had. He presented to them a PowerPoint showing how he would like the new ordinance to be written. As it currently stands, the county is not allowed to work with nonprofits. They can't share information. Dogs that get turned over to them, they can't tell us who the owners are, and a lot of times citizens message our social media pages with their lost dog, and we would not be able to contact or get any information from the county for at least 4 days if it's on a weekend. So he is trying to reformulate that ordinance to allow the county to work with nonprofits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We now move to the consent calendar. Pleasure of the council. Councilor Bacon.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll give that one to Johnson. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, do I hear a call for the question? Question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. The consent calendar is adopted. 6-0. And with that, we will now move to a public hearing. And this public hearing is going to be a continuation of a quasi-land use public hearing. And we are dealing with the area of, let's get it up here just a moment. Come on. This public hearing is dealing with an ordinance dealing with an annexation application for 2.566 acres of property located at 2502, 25020, 25240, and 25300 Northeast Valley Road, Yamhill County Tax Lots 3207, 600, 700, 800, in the Newberg city limits. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and this is a hearing to address some ex parte comments that I have. So I'm going to again call for any abstentions, ex parte contacts, and objections to jurisdiction from the dais here. And with that, I'm going to have you make your declarations, and then we'll have Steve give us a background. Councilor Essen?
Yes, I find that in error, I thought after the vote, we were able to discuss some of the logic behind our decision and sent some emails. Those emails have been forwarded to the city attorney as I realized, it was brought to my attention that we may, well, no doubt about it, we had some, what do we call it? Excommunication.
Ex parte communication.
Ex parte, that's it, communication. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And that information, I guess, has been passed on to the proper people, and they have their comments tonight. So that's primarily what it was. I also talked to staff, and I understand that's not ex parte communication, but they gave me an explanation of what, a little bit further explanation as what was involved in our decision. I also read the minutes from the Planning Commission that was posted online, so I had a little bit better idea what was involved in the decision. And so, and then I was involved, I did talk with Mike Googler, but it was not about this particular project, but I should mention that we did talk about what was involved. I guess there's a committee that is involved in getting affordable housing, and apparently they're making some recommendations, but that gave me some more background information, and but I don't really think that was, but just to make sure I'm covered, that's another discussion I had.
Are there any other declarations? Councilor McKinney?
I've been stopped at the grocery store on numerous occasions to talk about Dutchman's Ridge. And as quickly as possible, I'm trying to close off the discussion that's there. I have received many, many emails, several of which I've forwarded on to Sue or some other people, and I think that eventually all of the emails got forwarded to counselors and others that were supposed to be there. So a hot topic, lots of people talking, and have been reminded and are reminding people that these are ex parte conversations. But hopefully we're going to get this resolved tonight.
Councilor Johnson?
Yeah, I'd like to state that I had ex parte contacts as outlined in the packet. In addition, I received, someone walked up to my cube at work who lives in Dundee. His name's John Stanley, wanted to talk about it, said it was in the paper. I told him, can't talk about it. That's as far as that conversation went. In addition, Corey Zelsdorf, I don't know how to say his last name, gave me a call when I was on pain medication with my back. So I don't really remember the conversation. I know that I had it, though. So none of these conversations I had will not impact my ability to decide on this case, and I'm trying to be open and transparent.
Councilor Bacon?
The only one that I received the email from Rick Rogers, but it didn't really have any information about the case, just a thank you.
Does that satisfy the city attorney?
The communications that I've had have been with staff only, and they've dealt with procedure and not with content. So I have had conversations, but they've been dealing with procedure. I think we've restated the public hearing is being continued and reopened on June 5th. It was on a limited basis to receive testimony on the ex parte. We've moved to request the declaration of the ex parte tonight that was not included in the attached RCA, and I'm now moving to the staff report. I don't believe that we need to, and I'll be corrected by the city attorney if we do we need to, we don't need to redo our quasi-judicial announcements, do we?
No, sir, we don't.
Thank you. So staff catch up, please.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm Steve Olson in the Planning Division of the Community Development Department. So I'm just going to summarize briefly sort of why we're here. So just a reminder, as the Mayor said, the annexation proposal is 3 parcels. It totals a little over 25 acres. It's along North Valley Road. Low-density residential comprehensive plan designation. The request by the applicant is to zone the entire site R1, which is also low-density residential. So the City Council first held a hearing on May 15th, listened to public testimony, closed public testimony, and waived the second reading for the ordinance. The Council deliberated and approved a motion to deny the application, but set it over to the next meeting on June 5th, so the ordinance language and findings could be revised. The key at this point is to realize that the hearing is actually still open at that point, as you had only made a tentative oral decision and you hadn't adopted findings yet, and that's what leaves it open for potential ex parte contact. And then at the June 5th meeting, I should back up actually, on May 22nd, the applicant submitted a letter to staff notifying that they were extending, under the 120-day rule, they were adding an additional 90 days to the process. And the applicant also requested reopening the public record to allow for submission of additional evidence. So the City Council does not have to take any action on the 120-day extension request. That's something that's already done. In the RCA that we prepared for the June 5th hearing, we recommended that City Council make a motion and approve a motion to continue the public hearing to August 7th
2017 at 7 p.m. and to reopen the public record to accept written and oral testimony. But then the second issue came up about ex parte communications between council members and parties in opposition, and council member review of planning commission minutes in the case, and communications submitted to city council after the annexation hearing. So all those were collected. I should back up for a second. So then at the June 5th hearing, Councilor McKinney made a motion to continue the hearing to tonight, June 19th, and reopen public testimony on a limited basis to address the ex parte communications and allow testimony on the ex parte communications. So then we assembled all the ex parte communications, and that's in your packet. Since it was in writing, it gives everyone a chance to read it so that you're literally all on the same page. So as a reminder, at this point, the public hearing is still open, and only a tentative oral decision has been reached by the council. I'm jumping back and forth in my notes here. So the two issues really to consider tonight. The first is the ex parte contact. You've already declared any additional ex parte contacts, and so the next steps will be to take public testimony about that. And then the second item is to consider whether to grant the applicant's request to continue the public hearing to August 7th and reopen the public record to accept written and oral testimony. So that second request would reopen the public record to all testimony from all parties. So just to be clear. So that's the staff report.
Councilor McKinney?
Did you say August 2nd?
August 7th.
7th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That concludes your initial staff report?
Yes.
Have we received all written testimony from the public on the ex parte communications?
There was one additional piece that was submitted.
You received it this afternoon in an email, and then it's the one before you labeled, the letterhead at the top says Perkins Coie.
The one labeled what?
Perkins Coie.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have one person signed up for oral testimony as from the applicant on the ex parte. Well, I have one person who wants to rebut ex parte contact on behalf of the applicant. Michael Robinson. If you would come forward, introduce yourself. The button on the right.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Robinson. I'm a land use attorney with Perkins Coie. No one pronounces the name right. That's okay. I keep telling them to change it to Robinson. It's an easy name. My mailing address is 1120 Northwest Cooch Street. That's spelled C-O-U-C-H. 10th floor, Portland, 972094128. Mayor, I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Del Boca Vista LLC, and my sole testimony tonight is rebuttal of ex parte contacts. And because I submitted a letter to the council and you've had an opportunity to read it, I'm going to keep my oral testimony brief. I don't think I need the full time. But I think the right place to begin is that my client supports affordable housing. I don't know a single developer I work with that doesn't support the concept. The problem is it's not as easy to do as just saying we want it to occur here. And so with respect to the ex parte contacts, let me say this. The issue here is whether the council is correctly applying the mixed policy. And remember, the mixed policy is under a heading affordable housing. And it's a laudable goal to try and achieve affordable housing that way. But it's not, I think some of the ex parte contacts said a rule is a rule, and I fully appreciate that. The problem with this particular rule is it's really not appropriate to apply it in the way that the council would like it to see applied. You simply can't look at a site and say, well, because it's a big site, we're now going to require you to start over, and where you hadn't intended to do affordable housing, do affordable housing. If you reopen the hearing, as your staff has recommended, there are a number of things that we can talk to you about and have a discussion about why that is not the best way to achieve affordable housing. The other thing I want to mention is that there are applicants who expressly want to do affordable housing. In fact, I think you'll have someone who wants to testify to you tonight about an application they intend to submit shortly to the city that will include R3 zoning and provide a dedicated affordable housing component. So with respect to the ex parte contacts, I think the facts don't necessarily support the conclusion the City Council reached that this is an appropriate policy to apply at this location. The second thing, and this goes to the comment that a rule is a rule, and I'm not picking on the counselor that said that, but I think it's a good introduction into my second point, and that is, I think this policy has legal problems. Now, I don't predict what LUBA or the Court of Appeals do because I'm not smart enough to know. But I do know that requiring an applicant to start over after they've submitted their application and been deemed complete is problematic. I think that runs afoul of the goalpost rule. The other thing that I think the council wants to consider is whether, because this mixed policy is under the heading affordable housing in your plan, whether it also runs afoul of ORS 197-309 sub 1, which expressly says local governments can't make decisions that have the effect of imposing price points on housing. Now, someone might say, well, this doesn't do that. Well, in fact, I think it does, because your code defines affordable housing. Your decision in applying mixed policy 3X says we want affordable housing. I think it does exactly that. And I don't know any client that wants to appeal a decision, but these are important issues. And that's another reason I think that it's appropriate for you to consider reopening the public hearing, because I think you ought to invite discussion not only from us, but from folks who may take the opposite view. But you should have a full discussion of that. And the last thing I want to say is we would encourage you to follow that staff recommendation. Reopening the public hearing allows a broader discussion not only about the specific legal merits of your action, but also about how we work together to provide affordable housing. And that really is what we're all after. How do we provide a broad mix of housing that everyone can afford to live in, so that they don't have to live outside the city or live in less of a house than a person wants to live in. And with respect again to the ex parte contacts, I think the message was that the council should follow mixed policy 3X, but I think there are equally good reasons that the applicant would encourage you to consider about maybe why you shouldn't follow it, and there are better ways to achieve your goal of providing affordable housing. And as I said, Mayor Andrews, I think there's another person here tonight who wants to talk about his application that he wants to submit shortly, where he wants to actually commit to affordable housing. So we thank you for your time tonight. We hope you'll follow the staff recommendation. In fact, I'll just add this, as Mr. Olson said, you have a tentative decision. If you've heard enough, you actually could make a different tentative decision tonight to tentatively approve the application. But if you're not prepared to do that, we would encourage you to follow your staff recommendation to continue the public hearing until August 7th and reopen it for everyone to talk about this issue. Mayor Andrews, that's all I have, and I appreciate your council's time tonight.
Any questions? None appearing? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. We're still dealing with the issue of ex parte. I have 3 people that signed up to speak. Mr. Wilcuts, Jeff Smith, and Jessica Kane. Are you wanting to provide oral testimony from the applicant dealing with the ex parte comments? So we're dealing only with the ex parte tonight, at this point. Mr. Wilcuts?
My name is Mark Wilkitz, and I'm the owner of Del Boca Vista here in Newberg that has the application. I would encourage you guys to open up the public testimony again. I feel like there's a lot more issues that come into play in this than just we need affordable housing, so we're going to put it here. When we started the process, my family's been in Newberg since the 20s and been in real estate since the 60s. You know, we run into Citizens and Fred Meyer and Safeway, and we want to be good neighbors. Usually when we go in for an application, we're encouraged to do less density. The neighbors want less density. They come out and it's really difficult. We've got a project right now, Columbia Estates, where it's R2 and we want to do 29 houses and have them more affordable. We get into, planning commission and go through the process. The neighbors show up. It's been in the papers. We end up backing off to 24 lots because nobody wanted, they don't want us to maximize the density. So we did that trying to be good neighbors. On Terra Estates, we went in with no variances or requests for anything else. And we got to council and we were asked if we could shave off 2 or 3 lots to make the neighbors happy. But, it's hard to go back to the seller and say, sorry about your retirement. We're going to pay you less than what your property's worth because of these decisions. So we're trying to be good neighbors. We had a neighborhood community meeting, sent out flyers to all the neighbors on Dutchman's Ridge, rented the cultural center, had them there, and went over what we wanted to do and what we proposed. And a lot of people weren't very happy about it, but we were just trying to give them a heads up. This is what we're doing, and we're not asking for any favors or any variances. So that went well. We had a meeting with the City of Newberg staff and our development team and went through everything, trying to keep things as smooth as possible. That went well. Staff recommended approval of it, the annexation and the zoning. Planning Commission approved it, and I feel like we get to the council and, there's all of a sudden a small minority raise their voice, which they have the right to do, and it went sideways. And so all these hours and hours that we've put in and money is just a waste. We've got 3 property owners that are trying to retire. One of them's in California, one of them's a Newberg gentleman, and the other is a family that they're trying to cut back and slow down on. So now they're all in limbo. We built out the Terra subdivision. When we do that and we sell the lots, the property owners or the buyers we're selling to, we disclose, it's like, look, we're going to do a subdivision over here. It's zoned R1. This is what we're wanting to do. They buy, they make this decision based on what the comp plan is, and then some of them are here tonight. All of a sudden, the rules are changed. And I don't know, I just don't feel like that's the right place for it. You can't get further away from city services than absolute northwest Newberg. I think there's other places in town that are better for it. We like to build, we call it entry-level housing. That's the majority of what we do. We've got several projects going on right now. We did Orchard Lair. In the last 10 years, we've probably built more entry-level housing than any other builder in town. We're committed to it. We want our kids to live here, our nieces and nephews to live here. But I feel like Dutchman's Ridge is the wrong place for it. And if we do R3, what we're paying for the land, it's not going to be affordable. We're going to have smaller, really expensive houses. And so I think it's, maybe the principle's there, but in reality, it just doesn't work. So.
Thank you. Any questions?
You did kind of end up where I wanted to push you.
Okay.
R3 does not, there's $1 million condos, that are built on R3. So, and I know they talked a lot about affordable housing because that's kind of how that all happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I specifically said, we have a housing need here.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But we have a need for all kinds of housing.
Mm-hmm.
And $500,000 condos is one of those needs as well. If you look at all the studies and stuff. So I specifically said that because I don't believe that affordable housing, I believe we need affordable housing, but affordable is relative.
Mm-hmm.
And I specifically mentioned, that
Yeah.
people who want to live in apartments or live in condos may be very interested in what you're building, and it could be a good buffer for you. But
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
And I guess if we have to do it, we'll do it.
Yeah, I just
But
want
we're
to make
gonna-
sure
we're
affordable
gonna-
was not my intent. I mean,
Okay.
I love affordable housing, yes, you
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that
I do
about
too.
me.
I do too.
I know you do. So,
But
but
I,
R3 makes good luxury housing as well.
it does, but I feel like from the Terra experience, Columbia States, where people, neighbors come in, I think if we disband this application and come in with an R3 zone change application, we're gonna pack this place with neighbors that are upset, just like Martell Commons. The difference between us and Martell Commons is the developer wanted to do it and the landowner wanted to do it. This situation is, the only people who want to do it are the few opponents in the council. And that's, I guess, where it gets frustrating, is it's just not,
Let's kind of, I'm trying to keep this to dealing with the ex parte communications.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Thank
very
you.
much. Chris Strange, do you want to speak to the, I have a Chris Strange here. We're speaking to people that are supportive of the application, but on the ex parte communications.
Bear with me, I'm not the best at public speaking.
Your name, please?
Chris Strange, 3800 Morris Street. First of all, I want to ask proper notification of the residents that are next to the development. I don't know, it took a phone call from an individual to inform me that this was being pushed as R3.
Mr. Mayor, this probably is outside the ex
I
parte
think it's outside
communication.
of the ex parte.
Is it? So I'm just, which is fine, and then I'll step away, but
I
I'm
appreciate
a
it,
little
but I'm trying to keep the hearing within the constraints of what the law allows for right now.
okay.
There will be a future opportunity for you to express your concern
To and another further date,
at a further date, yes.
okay.
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Hang on to it, don't, keep your notes.
All right.
All right. Jessica Kane.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Smith first, please.
You're deferring? All right.
Mr. Smith to comment before me.
And Mr. Smith, Jeff Smith, again, dealing with, as representing the applicant on ex parte communications.
Mayor, Council, my name's Jeff Smith, 5285 Meadows Road, Suite 171, Lake Oswego, 97035. I'm the president of J.T. Smith Companies. I've had the pleasure of working in your city on nine separate subdivisions. I'm bringing in another application that we're going to start with tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That property is targeted almost exclusively for what we would consider affordable housing today. And it works in your city as affordable housing. It works well enough in there that we can, with your help, have deed restrictions on a small portion of it that meets the threshold as set by the state and the county and this jurisdiction on the amount of those homes can be sold for. But it's just coming in a little late for you guys to see that. I can tell you that we own the land. It's in excess of 40 acres. It will help you with the affordability issue that every city like yours struggles with. I can tell you that there isn't, let me back up. I built well over 300. We've been saying 300 subdivisions for 50 subdivisions ago, so we're approaching maybe 400 subdivisions. We have worked with every good planner on the private sector. I've worked in almost every city in the area. And nowhere in there when we want to say good planning would put higher density on the outskirts of our boundary. We want higher density inside the core where our services are, where our transit is, where there's collector roads. That's good planning. Those are things that you want to do. Our site that we'll be submitting tomorrow meets that criteria. You're going to see it. If it's affordability issues that is creating this issue today, we ought to put it in the right place for the right reasons. Again, tomorrow, some of the staff's we've already talked about it. Tomorrow they'll see the maps on it, they'll see the plans on it. Affordable housing, if we're really talking about affordable housing, I know there are $500,000, there's $1 million condos. There aren't those in Newberg that I'm aware of, and they probably ought not be, but if we're really talking about affordable housing, those are smaller, condensed lots that take a lot of work on staff and on the development side. You need to have the land, and it has to have the topography, it has to have the right site constraints to it, and it needs the right neighborhood around it to be able to fit in properly and to do it. We have it coming. If there's a way you can hold off on this, making these sort of decisions, if you want to see it, you want to know what's coming in, then you need to extend the hearing out instead of making maybe a bad decision, or one that you may not have made if you knew some of this was coming in. That will relieve that. Everybody will applaud you for taking up the affordable issue. We all like it. We all try to do it. But it needs to be done in the right place at the right time. I think you have that opportunity if you'll just give yourselves the time to do that. I think that's why they wanted me to come in to tell you. I am the guy that's bringing in the other site. So I just want to let you know it's coming. It'll be here tomorrow. It'll start the process. And at that point, staff will have it. You guys will be able to look at it. Everybody will be able to see it. Once we get to the public hearing, we go through all the proper channels to get it to that point. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We have two that would like to speak and have.
Can I say something? If we're talking affordable housing.
No, we're talking about the previous issue, and we had ex parte, and this is a rebuttal to the ex parte contact that took place. We'll talk about affordable housing in another venue.
I had my home assessed with this new development, so it's very, very recently. So
We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet. Please, I appreciate it. I've kept your name right here up so that we can get there, but it may not be this evening, so be patient. Patience, okay? Now, I'm looking for any oral testimony from opponents based on what the earlier ex parte communications. And I have two people that have indicated that they are opponents. Are you speaking as opponents on the ex parte communications? One, Lisa Rogers. Yes. Please come forward.
Mayor, City Councilors, my name is Lisa Rogers, and I would like to say that the ex parte communications that was presented to the people that were interested in finding out what that was appears to have absolutely no impact on the decision that you made at the last City Council meeting regarding the vote for whether or not that you would agree or deny the application. And thus, I would say that without any actual impact, there should be no need to further any other discussion or open public testimony again. It shouldn't change your minds because it didn't, the ex parte comments were a thank you, oh my gosh, but it didn't provide any further evidence that would impact your decision.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Same question for Mr. Charles Harris. Is this dealing with the ex parte communications?
Yes.
Thank you.
Proponents of this application this evening, it had nothing to do with ex parte contacts. It's simply a backdoor way to get additional testimony in on the hearing. We haven't yet had questions about whether or not to reopen the hearing. And I feel that it's just what was presented by the applicant and the proponents was simply a backdoor mechanism to get additional testimony for you, even though that's not before the council at this point. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Harris? Thank you, appreciate it. And we have an opportunity for Jessica Kane, I believe, to have a rebuttal from the applicant on the prior testimony.
Thank you, Jessica Kane, Mayor, Councilors. Thank you again for your time. Hopefully we'll get through this. I did want to set the record straight. We did request an opening of the record prior to ever learning of the ex parte communications. So it was not a backdoor attempt to try to reopen the record. We came forth with that request prior to learning of any ex parte communications. It was not until the last hearing that we learned of those. I think it's important for the Planning Commission to note that it's not just an email from Mr. Rogers to the council thanking them for their service and for the decision that they made. The Planning Commission hearing minutes in their entirety are an ex parte communication because they were not part of the City Council record, yet they were reviewed and relied upon in continuing to support the decision that was made at the temporary or the preliminary decision to deny the application. In addition, I think it's important to note that Mr. Smith testified this evening with regard to an affordable housing complex that will be proposed tomorrow. That complex is approximately 40 acres, as Mr. Smith testified. It'll create approximately 280 to 300 units of affordable housing. But what's most important is that Mr. Rogers was well aware of this, and he sat before the disclosure of that information to you. And I do believe when you look at a 300-unit affordable housing development in the core of the city, that will allow for access to services and schools and collector roads. Traffic is an issue. You will see it's...
Mr. Mayor, we limit this to the ex parte contact testimony, please.
Rebuttal. This is a rebuttal.
You will see that affordable housing proposal is much more well-suited than going to the furthest part of the city limits to an area where the urban reserve area, the city limits, and the urban growth boundary are all in the same location, and where services will likely never be expanded beyond the point that we are proposing the annexation and development for R1. I appreciate your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, appreciate it very much. That concludes the testimony, and I'm going to close the public testimony on this limited opening dealing with the rebuttal, and we will move to council deliberations. You have the opportunity as the council to continue the hearing with a motion and a second that was made on July 17th with the direction of staff to bring back findings of a denial, or you could continue the public hearing to a date and a time certain and reopen the public record for the annexation request to accept written and oral testimony for further deliberations with a date certain of August 7th, 2017. Councilor Johnson.
I would make a motion to continue the public hearing to August 7th, 2017 at 7 p.m. and reopen the public record to accept written and oral testimony.
It's been moved and seconded to continue the public hearing to August 7, 2017 and reopen the public record on annexation and request to accept written and oral testimony.
Mr. Mayor, you said August 2nd?
August 7th.
7th.
7.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Councilor Essen?
I heard it from one of the one of the people speaking that we could have moved to tentatively approve the application tonight. Is that true?
That's true, but you have a motion before you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? No further discussion, do I hear a call for the question? The question is, the motion is to continue the public hearing to August 7 and reopen the public record on the annexation request and accept written and oral testimony. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None. One. Motion passes 5-1.
Mr. Mayor, could I just
You may.
say one thing? So again, I think there was some confusion about the nature of the decision that the council made. And there was not just some confusion amongst the council, but confusion with the citizens who read an article in the graphic and didn't really understand procedurally where things were. And that article in the paper then generated a lot of interest. And I would imagine there'll be additional newspaper articles after tonight. This is still a quasi-judicial hearing. Until final written findings are adopted by the council, it's still open. So I would just caution the council. I'm sure there will be citizens who want to provide their input, but you need to direct them towards the public hearing, submitting written testimony or coming, and not have those individualized conversations.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. With that, oh, by the way, I've held out Mr. Strange's application, and we will be contacting you to advise you when that is. So we'll be sending that information out to you so you know when that's going to be. Make a note, 8/7/2017, and we will start at 7 p.m. Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate your patience.
We have a brief recess.
And it has been requested that we have just a short break, so we will be reconvening at approximately 8:10.
TVFR Pro, TVFR Pro.
talk to Steve last night because I just couldn't see going down one of these. Because I had to fill in with where I didn't get the shorthand, where I couldn't do the word shorthand. It'd take longer to figure out how to do it than just to write it out. But there is a recorded shorthand that I heard about supposed to be really good, but I never had that. Hi, how are you? I had my first editor gave caution with good advice, and one was never record a set count. It's so safe. He said, A, you might gonna take it, so not problem anymore. If you're not taking really good notes, figuring out where things are, then you have to listen to the whole thing all over again to make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I get one for each hand.
Okay, so what you're saying is get it the first time. Oh, I loved him. He gave me some really good advice. But the main thing was he never edited my copy. He said thank you. And then print, I mean, it was a little weekly, and so he was having to set all the time. I mean, it was quite hot time, but it was just past the hot time era when I started. And he did all of the stuff, and his wife did all the ads, and that was it. I mean, all his reporters were freelancers. And I got most of my learning about city government school stuff, because the woman who did the school, her husband was taking her staying out so late, and wouldn't let her do it anymore. And so the editor said, would you like to do that? And I said, oh, heck yes. I have 2 kids in school, and I thought it was just the most horrible school in the world. I'm used to being and I've been having to be out of the house for a while too. I've been stay-at-home mom for 10 years, come on. Come on, honey. Let's have a good time. But then things got so bad, that we were it's just good. But I became fast. That was a period of huge change. I got my big payback. So I wouldn't get my kids in trouble because I was writing really critical stuff about the school. No wonder that woman's husband, it wasn't staying out late. It was that she would come home steaming. And he probably didn't want the drama. I don't know. I just always considered schools, lower than real stuff. And I thought, well, maybe it's just a school district. So I went to Newberg and started covering Dayton and a few other schools. I wasn't writing usually. I was stupid superintendent. He was the worst one I ever. It's true. But it was hilarious. So are you having a good time? Are you calling? You've been doing this for a couple of years.
Yes.
Aaron.
I usually go
Okay. No, I think I'm not going to that must be part of the problem because I think these calls. On the other hand, I've been busy, so I haven't given it. I love the hard times. It's good to keep up on things. So is Aaron what? I should know that. Someone was sitting by me. Oh, is it 5 days? Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't get that. That was very strange back in those days. It's more normal now. But you don't have to. I had an attorney friend of mine, a fellow libertarian, said to me, you don't have to get a relationship. And he said, are you trying to cheat anybody? I said, no. And he said, well, just be pleased. And he did it for his life. Yeah, I want to go back there. And the guy said, he's a judge now, so he must be right. I did have to change it legally anyway because I think my passport, I let the passport run with the married name because like, traveling and this but then it became, the economy got better as AP traveling. Suddenly, everything I had was in my geometric, except
Councilors would take their seats, please. We're now going to reconvene, and we'll move to new business. And the first item of new business that we have, on your agenda, you may have had that we're going to do a council appointment. We are not doing any council appointments tonight. The candidates that we had were withdrawn or were ineligible, so we are not doing that this evening. So we'll be moving to ordinance 2017-2818, which is merchants exemption for the Old Fashioned Festival. And I'm looking for a staff report on that, please. This is an ordinance. You're doing it?
Mr. Mayor, Truman Stone, City Attorney. The city manager and I worked together on this, though we didn't decide he was actually
You're
going
going to do it at the same time?
We didn't decide he was going to do the staff report, so
Who's got the harmony and who's got
we
the
might want
lead?
to arm wrestle to see what the answer
All
is.
right. Now, by the way, this is a legislative hearing. And as a legislative hearing, we need to know if there are any abstentions, conflict of interest, or objections to jurisdiction. We're dealing with an ordinance. We're starting out with the first reading. So the issue is an ordinance exempting certain temporary vendors and street vendors located in old-fashioned festival zone from provisions of the Newberg Municipal Code 5.15.121. Any abstentions, conflicts of interest, or objections to jurisdiction? None appearing. Staff report. City Attorney.
Truman Stone, City Attorney. In the past, the city passed an ordinance that declared a old-fashioned festival zone and limited the ability of street vendors and temporary merchants to operate within that zone to really centralize those services within Memorial Park, to make sure that the people, the businesses in Memorial Park who were paying for the space weren't being unfairly competed against by those who didn't pay for the space but took advantage of the area. And that's been the case since 2009. In 2011, the Old Fashioned Festival Zone was expanded to include the Cultural Center, as well as some additional space on the parade route. Last year, we ran into an issue with a temporary vendor who had a food cart located in the parking lot behind Social Goods, and who was someone who is operating not just for Old Fashioned Festival, but at times throughout the year. And the question was, how does the code apply to these temporary merchants who aren't just showing up to try to take advantage of Old Fashioned Festival? And so this was something I don't think was contemplated in 2009 or 2011. And we worked with the Downtown Coalition. We worked with some of the vendors and merchants in the downtown. City manager, who's been attending the Old Fashioned Festival committee meetings on a regular basis, has worked with the Old Fashioned Festival to get their input on this. And we present to you tonight what I think is a compromise that protects the Old Fashioned Festival zone from people just coming in to set up during that time that aren't authorized vendors, but also protects those people who are in our city operating as temporary vendors on a permanent or semi-permanent basis, so that they aren't ousted from their regular place of business by the Old Fashioned Festival. And that's my staff report.
City Manager.
Mayor and Council, Joe Hanna, your city manager. I just wanted to add the other part of that the Newberg Old Fashioned Festival, this was a sore point for people that have really struggled early on with getting vendors to come there and saying, gee, I spend this money for the Old Fashioned Festival and other people are able to take advantage of. So it was not just a leap of faith, but the whole committee, they talked about this and said, look, we understand that the economy, particularly of the downtown, is changing with the carts, and then also that it was an unintended consequence with the hot dog vendor that's there for how many years, and he technically fit within the place that he, should not be, under the existing code, was not able to sell his hot dogs. So I think that the partnership and the long history and tradition of Old Fashioned Festival, it's very special. It's something that the city participates in, and we use, city forces to help them, and we're committed to doing that. And so I really appreciate that the whole committee and Kim, the chairs, just say, we get this, we want to be good neighbors, we want everyone to be successful. So I think that's the spirit of what is presented tonight.
Councilor McKinney?
I was going to move for the adoption.
Well,
You're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
You're not there yet.
All right. Any further questions for staff, Councilor?
Yeah, I had a question. Truman, I see at least 90 days prior to the commencement of Old Fashioned Festival. Can you explain to me where that number came from, and is it, I could see where you can make the case it's too short, or maybe it's too long. Where did the number come from?
It was somewhat arbitrary. It was meant to be a number that the business had some establishment or was established for a time. The council certainly could change that to 60 days, 45 days, 30 days. What we don't want is someone to come for a weekend before Old Fashioned Festival and claim that they're a existing business. But there's no magic to the 90 days, and certainly I wouldn't have any heartburn if you wanted to lower that. If you wanted to expand it out farther, I think we might run into some unintended problems.
Follow on for you on that question. Was the 90 days mutually agreed to with the committee? So they did mutually agree to that?
City manager is nodding his head yes.
All right. That gives us an indication. Thank you for the question. Any further questions? All right. We then move into the area of public testimony. I have nobody signed up for any oral testimony for this, so I'm going to open and close the oral testimony. And I will ask, or do we have any written communications from the outside? From other
No, sir, we have
agencies?
not received any for this ordinance.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to ask then for the recommendations of staff.
Staff recommends you adopt ordinance 2818.
And with that, I'm going to close the testimony portion of the hearing, and I'm going to look to the council for process and deliberations on this. Remember, this is an ordinance. A couple of things in the ordinance. One, it's a first reading, and number two, it's a roll call vote. So we have a second reading on ordinances. Is there a motion to waive the second reading or not?
So moved.
It's been moved to, it's been moved and seconded to waive the second reading. Is there any further discussion? None appearing. Do I hear a call for the question? Question's been called for. All in favor of waiving the second reading signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. The waiver is waived. 6-0. Now, to the motion, to the ordinance, the second reading, ordinance 2017-2818, an ordinance exempting certain temporary vendors and street vendors located in the Old Fashioned Festival Zone from provisions of Newberg Code 5.15.121. Pleasure of the council.
So moved.
Councilor McKinney?
So moved.
It's been moved to adopt ordinance,
Oh, you're making me panic.
say what?
And read by title only.
And read by title.
Thank you.
And read by title only.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 2017-2818 and read by title only.
And you did.
He isn't yet. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 2017-2818, an ordinance exempting certain temporary vendors and street vendors located in the Old Fashioned Festival Zone from the provisions of Newberg Municipal Code 5.15.121.
This is a roll call vote. City Recorder.
Counselor Corey?
Yes.
Counselor McKinney?
Yes.
Counselor Bacon?
Yes.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Essen?
Yes.
Mayor Andrews?
Yes. Ordinance 2017-2818 passes. And with that, we will then move to our next item of business, which is Resolution 2017-3383, a resolution approving the Chehalem Valley 2017-18 Destination Marketing Plan. And we have staff that are there to give us the whatsoever on this. And then I believe Cheryl Kelch has signed up would like to provide testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Rux, Community Development Director. So back in March 16th of 2015, the city of Newberg entered into a new agreement with the Chehalem Valley Chamber of Commerce in regards to the visitor information services. And so that's included as attachment 1 in your packet. In that agreement, there are two separate sections, one under the terms of the agreement and the other under the reporting, that requires an annual report be put together by the chamber and be brought forward to the city. They're supposed to submit that by May 1st, and Cheryl submitted it on May 1st as required. We had coordinated on that. So we took some time and reviewed it. Staff suggested some minor modifications to the proposed report. Cheryl made those particular modifications and resubmitted the report. So that's why it's before you now. So it's a contractual requirement that's be brought forward. I'm not going to steal Cheryl's thunder, but in your report, it does identify that there are 13 different categories. There are some specific things that the report has to include. So that includes a detailed budget, an identification of activities, and a statement of performance goals, and so the plan does have that. So at this point in time, I would turn it over to Cheryl, and she could provide a summary of what's in that document.
I will caution Cheryl the 5.
Do I need to introduce myself?
Please.
Cheryl Kelch, CEO of the Chehalem Valley Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
And you have before you a copy of the 2017-18 Destination Marketing Plan, all 27 pages. But I won't go through all 27 with you. I hope you've all had a chance to go through it. I just want to zero in on 11 key marketing tactics in the future plan, and that really centers on our website presence. I've contracted with a contractor to provide SEO or search engine optimization on our website so we improve our traffic. The second area that we're working on is expanding our social media presence. We have a good following, but there's always opportunity to expand in that area. The third area is public relations. We do quite a bit in this area. I'm probably hosting media every other week, and so I have had some discussions with the Newberg Transient Occupancy Ad Hoc Committee that maybe we need to expand that with maybe an outside contract, but that will be the decision of that group. But again, we're getting lots of media attention, and part of that has to do with the Willamette Valley being named the 2016 wine region of the world. So, and believe me, that is bringing media. The next area is in publications. We just published the new Chehalem Valley Field Guide. 19,000 of those guides will be distributed throughout the state. And then we continue to publish the Newberg City as well as Yamhill County. We have a group travel brochure that we collaborated with the Allison, and then we also publish a monthly events brochure. The next area is leveraging our partner relations. So I work closely with the Willamette Valley Visitors Association as well as Travel Oregon so that what we're doing is in collaboration with them. And then event sponsorship and support, and we're heavily involved with the Camellia Festival, Brews and Barbecue, and as well as the Oregon Truffle Festival. The visitor services, we are operating right now 7 days a week and continue to maintain about 1,000 brochures in that visitor center to serve the visitors that come through. Meetings and retreats, we continue to market to small meetings. Most often, I'm talking to meeting planners that have a convention maybe in Portland, so we talk about doing pre and post Portland convention trips. And then workforce development, the Oregon Wine Education Center continues to train tasting room associates. We are bringing online the second class. We've trained over 150 associates in the last 18 months and have had considerable interest in expansion of that hospitality training. Community and government relations, and then lastly, just industry relations, representation in various tourism groups throughout the state. So, and you've got a list of what I've been involved in there. So that is really a key outline of what we're working on for the coming year, and I would open it at this time for any questions.
You remain available for questions.
Thank you. Yes, okay.
Any questions for Councilor Johnson?
I have two, Mr. Mayor.
You may.
Okay, thank you. Hi.
Hello.
First off, I'm part of the TLT committee, but have not made a marketing meeting from that committee because during work hours and kind of rough for me to come back from Salem. Anyway, I was curious how this plan was going to kind of dovetail into their efforts and if there had been discussions between the two.
You will see comments in this plan, if you read through it, that not only mention the, what was the plan where we brought the contractor in, the tourism contractor.
The Newberg Strategic Tourism Plan.
Thank you, Doug. So there was collaboration and thought put into my plan that brought in the work of that contractor, as well as the discussions that we've had with that marketing group. And a couple of key areas have been branding and what that might look like going forward. So you'll see comments about if that group decides we're going to go a different direction with the brand, I'll incorporate that with this particular plan. And then the second area, gosh, my mind just went blank. There was two areas we're collaborating on. Well, marketing strategies, PR, public relations. That marketing group agreed that we need to be placing maybe increased emphasis on that area and perhaps looking to work with a contractor in that area. Because quite frankly, our staff is stretched pretty thin. The media doesn't necessarily check my schedule when they're coming to town. So during the summer, it can be 7 days a week when we've got to meet somebody and tour them around. So.
And then my second question, if I may, is about the visitor center, and I've been seeing kind of a decrease. It's nice because I've seen a decrease in cost, but I've also seen a decrease in number of visitors.
Yes.
And I was wondering, I've seen other agencies go to, on location little visitor kiosks and closing down kind of big centralized visitor centers. Are we at that point yet, or do you think there's still, what's the value in the visitor center today?
We still have traffic.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
Considerable traffic. It's down about 30%.
Yeah, and I think there's always going to be that percentage of travelers that they are looking for that. They're going to Google ahead of time to find out where the visitor center is or the chamber and to come into that facility. Has there been a decline? Yes, because more people are looking for things online. Hence, in this strategy, we're paying increased attention to our web and then also increased attention to our social media. But at this point, I'm not seeing any reason why we would want to eliminate a visitor center.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? I have one, if I may. How is the new location working out, or are you looking at refining or finding a new location or refining that location? Can you speak to that as we deal with the visitor center?
Sure. I think the biggest challenge has been the signage, and I have to work with ODOT in terms of the signage, wayfinding. And so they took me from basically 3 signs coming one way on 99 and 3 signs going the other, and have reduced that to 1 sign, which they put behind a tree that has branches. And so that is a challenge, and I'm going to be looking to hopefully the city to maybe help me with some negotiation on better signage. So.
Any other questions or comments for Cheryl? Continue, Mr. Ruck.
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Rux again. So staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2017-3383.
You've heard the testimony, you've heard the recommendation, pleasure of the council. Councilor Bacon?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2017-3383.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We adopt resolution 2017-3383, a resolution approving the Chehalem Valley 2017-18 Destination Marketing Plan. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, do I hear a call for the question? The question has been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0. And with that, we move to a resolution 2017-3381. This is a resolution awarding Affordable Housing Trust Fund manufactured home rehabilitation and repair grant funds of $10,000 to the Newberg Area Habitat for Humanity. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Rux. So back in August of 2016, the City Council amended the policies and procedures for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and they instituted a new program for a local manufactured home maintenance and repair program. We had initially identified approximately $10,000 as grant funds to address the housing deficiency in repair and maintenance in our manufactured home. I think you've heard before, we have a significant number of manufactured mobile home units that exist within the community, and they're probably some of the most affordable units that we have available. So through a process with the Affordable Housing Commission, they put together a program that was brought back in front of you. You ended up approving all of that. We've shared with you in the past the guidelines for that particular program. We did a solicitation. It was on the website. We talked to some different organizations. We put an advertisement in the Newberg Graphic. We did not receive much in a way initially in response to that, but Newberg Area Habitat for Humanity had an interest, and there were discussions about the possibility of them applying for the grant of up to $10,000 and then basically becoming the administrator of that program. It's similar to the Community Development Block Grant Program where we received the $400,000, where we're using the Housing Corporation and the Housing Authority to actually be the administrators. We're just doing this on a less funding and at a local level. So Habitat ended up submitting in an application. There were some adjustments and modifications. They made those and resubmitted the material. So as the mayor indicated, they requested $10,000. They're going to match that with $4,925. Which meets the minimum match requirement that are in the guidelines. They're a 501c3 organization. This will be tied up with their Brush for Kindness program, as noted in the application packet. They've identified probably doing somewhere between 5 to 10 projects. So this will be over a 1-year period. So the draft of the contract that's in your packet, effectively, starting on July 1st and running through June 30th. There are provisions when the Affordable Housing Commission, they came up with some recommendations. Those are included in the grant contract. City Attorney and I did a little bit of wordsmithing to make sure that it was clear. And so that's not an issue of changing the Affordable Housing Commission's recommendation. It's just making a few clarifications on it. There would be the contract. There will be reporting requirements. So there'd be quarterly reporting requirements, and there's a year-end reporting requirement as well. The funds, we do have funds available in this existing fiscal year. So the The hope would be is if the council was to approve this, we would get a contract executed before June 30th and get a check cut to them. I talked with Rick Rogers. They already have some homes that have been identified. There was another individual who contacted me, didn't qualify under this, but I will share that information with Mr. Rogers as well. Rick did call me today and leave a message. He had an emergency, was not able to be here tonight in order to speak to the potential for the grant award. That's it.
Any questions for staff? Comments for staff? We have an individual signed up that would like to speak to this. It's been brought. Lisa Rogers, would you come forward? Identify yourself, and again, we ask you to honor the 5-minute. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I just, on behalf of Rick, who is not able to be here, I just want to thank you all for even considering this grant request and the work that they will do to help folks who have real dire needs in terms of repairing their mobile homes. So that's really all I wanted to say, and thank you for your consideration.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Rogers? Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Rux?
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Rux again. So staff's recommendation is to adopt resolution number 2017-3381.
You heard the staff recommendation. Pleasure of the council. Councilor Corey?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2017-3381.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 2017-3381, a resolution awarding Affordable Housing Trust Fund manufactured home rehabilitation and repair grant program funds of $10,000 to the Newberg Area Habitat for Humanity. Is there any further discussion? None appearing. The question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. None appearing. Motion carries 6-0-0. And with that, we move to resolution 2017-3384, which is a resolution to update the master fee schedule for repeal of property reservation. Is it reservation or preservation? Property reservation fees?
Yes.
Thank you. Reservation fees and the approval of a utility right-of-way application fee.
Thank you, Mayor. Caleb Lippard, Assistant Finance Director. In April 2016, a master fee schedule was established with Resolution 2016-3268, and then just recently updated in April of this year with Resolution 2017-3361. We are recommending 2 additional updates to that master fee schedule. The first one being the repeal of a $35 property reservation fees for the Butler property, Francis Square, and Memorial Park gazebo. The reason for this is due to minimal revenue generation, as well as an intention to support non-commercial civic uses. That is why we're recommending the repeal of that $35 property reservation fee. The second is to approve the addition of the utility right-of-way application fee pursuant to our municipal code. An application fee is required, although no formal dollar amount has ever been adopted by resolution. So the staff is recommending that this fee be formally set. And according to the RCN resolution that you do have in your packet, it does state $1,200. But through further cost analysis and going through the process of what accepting those applications would take with staff time, we have come to the conclusion that that fee should actually be around should be $500 instead of the $1,200.
Clarification. you say that you're repealing the $35 property reservation for all three sites?
Yes.
I only heard two, I'm sorry.
It was 3, Butler property, Francis Square, and Memorial Park gazebo.
The gazebo, all right, thank you. And you're recommending an amendment to the resolution
Yes. To change the
to
12.
approve the utility right-of-way application fee from $12 to $500?
Yes.
Any further discussion from the council? Further questions? Pleasure of the council. Councilor Bacon?
Mayor, I'd like to recommend that we adopt Resolution 2017-3384 as amended. They were almost spot on.
Close. It has been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 2017-3384, a resolution to update the master fee schedule for the repeal of property reservation fees and the approval of utility right-of-way application fee, and amending number 2 under the resolution to have the application fee become $500, not $1,200. Is there any further discussion?
Call for the question.
There being no further discussion, the question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And with that, we move to an informational item dealing with the transient lodging destination development marketing draft grant program application materials.
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Rux, Community Development Director. So the council created a transient lodging tax ad hoc committee, and we had budgeted funds for a pilot program for a small grant, which we went through that unawarded funds. The second portion of that was what we call the large grant generically, but it's the Destination Development and Marketing Grant Program. We had brought forward to you back in March a proposal that the committee had put together, but after they had worked through the small grant process, they stopped and said, well, wait a second, let's go back and relook at the criteria and the questions that we were proposing for applicants to provide to staff and to the committee for evaluation. So we've spent the last few months kind of going back through that and very strategically looking at the tourism plan, its goals and objectives. We looked at the criteria that were previously proposed and said, oh, they needed to be reworked. We needed to make sure that all of the questions in the narrative portion actually aligned back to the criteria, because now there were different questions and there were different criteria, so basically completely reworked the entire package. So they've come up with their final proposal, which is in your packet this evening, and that is anticipated. This is an informational piece unless you have changes you would like to make to it. What we shared with the ad hoc committee is that we're looking in that first week of July of 2017 to go out for a solicitation process. It would last for 3 months with the intent then to get those, review those applications. The committee would make a recommendation back to the council. You may remember we had $250,000 budgeted in this fiscal year, which ends June 30th. Through the budget process, it was clear we were not going to be spending that $250,000, so we re-budgeted that money for next year, plus the funds that are anticipated to come in. So we have roughly about $430,000 next fiscal year. Doesn't mean you have to award it all, but we have up to that much money that would be available. And we're anticipating that going through the review process, getting awards done, is that we'd be in the process or situation of notifying applicants in January, sometime in January 2018, if they received an award or not. The contract template that we worked on with the legal department is essentially the same. It's really the guidelines and the criteria and the narrative questions the committee spent several months reworking. That's it. Thank you.
Questions or comments for Mr. Rux? This is just a piece of a bigger puzzle.
It's a piece of a moving puzzle.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate it very much. And with that, we move to the Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue annexation. And this is a motion that we will be considering. And I'm going to turn this one over to our city manager.
Mayor and Council, Joe Hannon, your city manager. There's been quite a bit of discussion. There's a RCA in the packet that outlines the issue and then a great deal of additional information. But what this is the halfway point of a 2-year contract, albeit what we've been referring to as a dating period between the city and Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue to explore whether they're the right fit for the community to provide services. In the contract that the city signed, there was a period that by the end of this month, June of 2017, that the council would indicate what you want to do in this situation, knowing that if we went forward with an annexation, that it takes nearly a year to get the process moving as we transfer this function from the city to a special district, to another government, with all of the taxing rules that related to that. And likewise, that if we decided to take back the fire department, that the employees that previously were Newberg Fire Department have transitioned over to Tualatin Valley, and we've also have our equipment that has gone there. We still have the stations. So that would take a process that could take a year of reconstituting the department. So that's basically the reason why we're here. Now, as part of the discussions or how we got here, and there's quite a bit that's been in the papers and the packet of identifying what the need was or in the city that brought us to this point about increasing demands for service, cost of equipment that we were, particularly ladder truck and ambulances, that within the budget structure that we have, we're not able to just go out and purchase. And also the society conditions of the new realities of volunteers, that with a lot of our families now requiring 2 incomes, it just became much more difficult to get volunteers, and our department relied heavily on volunteers. So with all those kind of facts behind us, we've gone through the process of seeing a year. Basically the findings, clearly the staff recommendation to you, but also feedback that we received from the community. And there is a survey in your packet that's actually, that anyone can look on the, because I was telling Robert before this, that you can look to the packet tonight of the results of a 200-person survey is there, and then it'll be on our other website so that you can find it even easier tomorrow. But basically what people have expressed their confidence in the service that TVFNR has provided to us. We found some things, particularly about of how generally, and this is 200 people, but those 200 people were selected. They're all Newberg residents, but they were selected in a scientific method to represent the community as large. But the people said they appreciated the fact that there is, when there's a call for emergency medical, which is the majority of the calls, that they can be assured that a paramedic will get to their home. And it's with 2 paramedics, and that we will not have to rely, as we have in the past, again because of staffing, on other communities with mutual aid to come here. There also was 2 issues that are in the staff report tonight and part of a recommendation of one issue was that people felt that if the city gets out of the business of fire and rescue or transfers over TVF&R, that the money that the city was collecting in taxes or fees, but we've been focusing on property taxes, that there would not be a double payment or a double dipping, that this would transfer over to someone like TVF&R and that the city would no longer collect fees. We've had quite a bit of discussion in public hearings and in the paper and that to say that the city collects money from several sources to fund general fund operations like police and fire. And while property taxes are our primary fees, they are not our sole fees. So we do not collect, for example, enough property taxes to pay for all of the bills that are in the police department. So we use other fees like right-of-way. You heard earlier tonight on the master fee of a charge for people that use the city's right-of-way. Those funds that you approved the fee tonight in the master fee, that comes to the general fund that pays for things like police and fire. But for ease of discussion or clarity, we took the amount of money that it cost us this year that we know, we have the exact number of a contract with TVF&R, translating that to property tax, it would be the equivalent of $1.88. So people were, look, if you give up the service, then don't charge $1.88 in property taxes. And the other part that came in discussions, both of 2 focus groups that were held at the library with, albeit smaller groups, about 20 people in each one, to the larger group of over 200, the feeling by over 60% of the people was that if there is going to be a change and it has anything to do with the cost of what I have to pay as a taxpayer, I would like to vote on it. So the recommendation in the packet, in the RCA, is threefold. First is it's recommended, my recommendation to you and of staff is that we proceed to the next step of annexing to Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue for our fire and emergency medical. That is contingent upon, and the second recommendation is a vote be held in November of this 2017, where the residents of Newberg will vote up or down, so a binding election, because there's no really anything like, there isn't such a thing as an advisory election. But this is, they would vote to either continue on with TVF&R, annex, or not. And that the third one is that the $1.88 that is equated to the cost that we're paying right now for fire services would not be levied in the upcoming election or the upcoming budget year of July 1 of 2018 when this annexation would take place. As part of just another caveat or another additional information that at the public hearing or the community meeting that we had last week, there was a commitment in response to the question of, well, what are the alternatives and what is the cost that I committed to present to you and tonight, and it's in your packet, what it would cost if we took the fire department back. So in your packet tonight, and again this will be on the website tomorrow, is a cost for two options. One is if we took the department back the way we were, and we turned the 4 part-time firefighters into full-time firefighters and added 2 additional people. And the purpose of that would be to provide 24/7 coverage with 2 firefighters on each rig. That would cost $4.5 million net out, because we get medical, as we did before, we would get medical revenues. And that equates to $2.51. So right now, we were talking about, for the public discourse, of $1.88. That's the contract we have with TVF&R. If we went back to the way we are, brought the employees back, doesn't mean they'll all stay here, but brought the employees back, got the equipment back, and provided some funding to purchase new equipment. And it's specifically the ladder and 2 ambulances. Spread over a financing period, it would be $251. If we wanted to mirror what the service is that we have with TVF&R right now, which is an enhanced staffing, because if you remember that when they came in, they increased the staffing at our stations, and they brought a battalion chief to be able to supervise our 2 stations that we didn't have before. With those enhancements, using our people and the same thing of buying new equipment, that would be the equivalent of $3.76. So $1.88 is what we believe it costs right now. $2.07 is what's being suggested as the cost if we were to annex into TVF&R. And then if we were to take it back, $2.51, making it look like what it was before, or if we want to mirror what's here now, $3.76. Also in your packet are 5 emails and letters that you have for your review, and they're talking about their opinion about the service. And typically, the emails in there were about a proposal to or a request of you to place a ballot measure also in November to restrict the amount of, so to take the $1.88, not charge that, but make it permanent, and placing a restriction that the only way that could be accessed would be, that $1.88 in the future property tax would be through a vote of the people. Mayor, Council, tonight TVF&R is here, so their whole command staff from Chief Tyke down, and they're available to answer questions. The material that you have on the spreadsheet, it's very detailed, and on the one hand, I'd love to be able to take credit, but absolutely for the level of detail and the clarity of these spreadsheets, I haven't seen that in a long, long time, but it was the CFO for TVF&R in a very short turnaround. Deborah Grabler presented this for us to have, and for you tonight. We'll also distribute to the public.
Questions for your staff? Councilor McKinney.
Follow on, Joe. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the information that we received via email. At the rate of $2.51, if we reverted back to a department here, the $2.51, does that also account for benefits and retirement?
It does.
It does?
Yes, and it's on the spreadsheet showing that.
And so it is in the spreadsheet
Yes.
material? And then that's if we kind of reverted back to where we were. But matching services for services at $3.76, that also accounts then for benefits and retirements?
It does.
All right. Does the city of Newberg, if successfully annexed, pay benefits and/or specifically retirement, or does that become the obligation of TVF&R?
Well, state law covers the retirement systems that basically We're, boy, and I wish I had Matt here to absolutely help me, and I know Chief Dyke will stand up here, but we're responsible for the retirement liability when someone works for us. And then when they move to the other agents, and actually the mayor is the expert on this from his PERS experience, and then the liability moves on to the next agency. We have covered it in the contract 2 years that deals with some of the benefit side, and some of those can have an impact PERS, so a very small part of it. But basically, the obligation goes with the person to the retirement system. And I'm actually looking to the mayor for help there if I've said something out of,
You're doing okay.
you know, okay.
We have the liability for our employees. Were we to annex it into TVF&R, they would have the liability for the firefighters. We would no longer have the liability.
Head shaking yes?
Councilor Essen?
In the numbers, are you saying this would be a permanent tax rate? Or is some of that included, like for instance, the fire costs for, say, the equipment? Typically, we would set a base rate for the staffing, and then often you would have an additional rate for equipment that would be purchased.
Well, Councilor Essen, we actually don't set, and the nomenclature can become important here. So a lot of this is equivalence to what a tax rate would be, because remember I mentioned that we get money from different places. We don't typically have rates. That's not the way the city works for a rate for police, a rate for fire. As your way, we have the permanent rate, which is the total. If, for example, someone comes in and we say, for example, let's say we are at our limit of our tax rate, but we still have needs. So, as we were before, and we need additional money for equipment, you can go out for a couple of ways of financing that. One is you can go for a local option levy, so that's going back to the voters and say, beyond our permanent tax rate, we're asking for more money. Then that's a rate that then goes on with our permanent rate. Likewise, there can be a bond where we go for a bond, and you'll see that sometime used, like at McMinnville, where they asked for additional taxing authority above their permanent rate. So those are rates. These are the equivalent of, if we were to take what it would cost, this is how much of our permanent rate would have to be dedicated, to cover the fire cost.
Follow on? So what I'm hearing is this would have to be included in our permanent rate, and if there were additional funds, our permanent rate would have to be able, since we have a permanent cap, and say we needed to buy equipment down the road for, say, fire, we'd have to go out with a levy, and so our tax rate would be increased just like TVF and ours is. Their current rate's $2.07, I hear, but their permanent rate's $1.52. So we would be in the same boat, but we would have our current rate, and anything that we needed for equipment or anything of that kind, we'd go out for a levy or a bond issue or something like that, and it would be on top of our rate. Is that what I'm understanding?
Okay, let me see if I can try this again. TVF&R is offering to come and provide the fire service for that $2.07 inclusive. No, everyone within the district pays that rate as we would. then we're done. If they see a need district-wide for something, new stations, new equipment, they would have a vote of all of the people, and it's one uniform rate across the district. That's TVF&R. On us, we have right now, we have a permanent tax rate. And that permanent tax rate, we're at the top of that. We levy all that we are allowed under state law. And that pays for the police department, and it pays for the fire contract right now. It has to be supplemented by other revenues that the city brings in, primarily these right-of-way and utility fees. Right now, with a balanced budget, we're dedicating $1.88 to fire. If you choose to say, or the voters say, we want the fire department back, if we want the fire department to provide the service 24/7 and taking the temporary or the part-time employees and make them into full so that we have 24/7 with the fire trucks that we need, then the cost is $251. That doesn't mean that we've provided any additional money for the city. What it means is that right now we're paying $1.88. We can't go on to a reconstituted department unless that additional money from the $288 to $251 comes from someplace else. That someplace else could be cutting the police department, for example, and that's the other largest part. Or we go out to the voters and ask the voters to make up that difference, and that's where the local option levy comes. Likewise, if we went to 376, our budget that we have right now has $1.88 committed to fire. If we go to 376, coincidentally, maybe you double the $1.88 and get to about 376. So you have to find that another way, and that's probably a local option levy.
Follow on? The reason I get that this is a way that we can compare what we would be paying with TVF&R, and if we took on the full load, that means the city only. Previously, we had the fire district, the rural fire district, and it helped alleviate that cost. They were only able to give us 40 cents at the time. Now we're finding out that TVF&R is going to be charging them $2.10. And with their assessed evaluation, and let's say, for instance, we were able to, again, go back to them, but now say, okay, since you were, able to work it out with TVF&R, we want $1.91 to take you on, and you can come with us. So now it's no longer totally on the city. It's also with the potential of bringing on bringing on the rural fire district. They were previously with us. In fact, that's what they were hoping we would do, is turn this down and contract with them. So but we don't know. I guess what you can say that when we don't know, because they may be voting to go with TVF&R either way. So maybe that's not an option. But I was just curious, would that then reduce the 251 and the 376?
I haven't run the numbers there, but I think that intuitively, when you look at the numbers, if there was a desire, as I would be, if I'm in the rural district, to have basically 50 cents, then I'd love to go someplace else to pay 50 cents or $1, or maybe even $1.50, something less than TVF&R. And we honor our old agreements that we have, but basically the rural district was paying a very favorable rate that didn't match the city. So if you choose to bring somebody back in, we run the new numbers, we know that it would cost us $251. So you bring another group in, are we going to be able to match, the 207? I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but I think, looking at the numbers here, even a quick one, is that it's not going to be a deal for the rural, I believe. In other words, they're not going to find a lesser rate than what TVF&R is.
Councilor Johnson?
Good evening, Mr. Hanna. Councilor Essen brings up kind of an interesting question, and I came into this after the contract was already signed, and I was just curious, do you know, and I know you as well are kind of coming in the middle, do you know if staff did any other work toward looking at forming its own district, or talking with Dundee, or talking with McMinnville? Do you know if any of those types of things were done?
I do. So, and you're right, I wasn't here at the time, but one of the questions that came up during the hearings was what has happened at different places. So there has been interest countywide from different rural districts and McMinnville of exploring whether there could be one super district countywide. McMinnville's looked at it. They're a long way from us. And then we have a series of other rural districts, including right in Dundee. The biggest challenge, and so I am aware of discussions with McMinnville, and one of the biggest challenge there is that philosophically and operationally, we have two different communication systems. And for all the right reasons of each of the partners, Yamhill County and McMinnville appreciates and values the cost effectiveness of the 450 system. Here, and for other reasons, primarily of interoperability with the rest of the metro and with some of the mutual aid partners, both for police and fire, we have been dedicated, and we're the only ones, we're the outlier in this county, but we've chosen to have the 800 system. So that becomes a deal killer, if you would, between the consolidation of McMinnville and us. Now, there has been interest of the rural fire districts of Dundee and Newberg and looking out to Carlton, but there has not been a extensive analysis like you see with the TVF&R. We were faced with, as we are now, but we were faced a year ago with a precedent, or the council that was there, that was here, was faced with the situation of, right now, chief comes in and he says, we don't have enough volunteers, and we have equipment that is too old. So the implication from that and the real application is that we could have some people die because we can't provide the service. That put that sense of urgency, and that's why we reached out, and Tualatin Valley saw that we were the right possible partner to come in the way their district has grown. There's just not the same level of organization because they're smaller, of getting all of the rural departments together.
Follow on? I really appreciate TVF&R providing us the cost projections if we reconstitute. I think that's kind of goes above and beyond and shows their willingness to look into this issue for us. Did city staff take a look at those numbers and kind of make sure, vet them a little bit?
They've all been confirmed, yes.
Okay,
both I have and Caleb, he's gone, but Caleb had an opportunity to review them. So we've vetted all of the spreadsheets, all of the information, and the tax rate analysis that was here. And in addition to that, the question about the cost, and you have, and they're available to the public, of detailing the cost and the financing mechanism, along with the assumptions for financing rates for the fire trucks and the ambulances, and what the estimated increases in personnel and retirement costs that we do as part of our 5-year financial plan. They are all on the spreadsheets that you have tonight.
Excellent. And just to clarify, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the question wasn't calling into question anybody's integrity or anything like that. For me, it was mostly just to make sure that internal things got added in, so.
We did.
Great, thanks.
Further question from staff right now? Councilor Bacon.
It says early 2016. That's not possible. It had to be earlier than that. In the background, in early 2016, the Les Holman Newberg Fire Chief had to be at least 3 years ago, yeah.
We have some people signed up that would like to speak to us about this. I remind those that have signed up that we asked you to honor the 5-minute time limit, and we're going to start with proponents, and then we'll work our way down. And so I'm going to call on individuals. If you'd come forward with whatever you have. We're going to start with proponents, and I'm going to call on Andrew Willett.
We need a stretching exercise.
Say what?
We need a stretching exercise.
Andrew Willett. Good evening, council members and mayor. I sit here before you representing the Newberg firefighters to talk about the fire service coverage options for the citizens in Newberg. My name is Andrew Willett. I'm a husband and proud father of 2 young boys. I have lived in the city limits for the last 11 and a half years. I started with Newberg Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter paramedic in the spring of 2006. My career aspiration was to become a full-time firefighter paramedic. In January of 2007, Newberg Fire hired me as a full-time employee. My current rank is Lieutenant Paramedic with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, assigned to Station 20 in downtown Newberg. Newberg Fire is rich in tradition and embedded in our community. Newberg Fire has provided service to the residents for the past 118 years. I would like to thank each and every member who made our fire department who it is today. We, as Newberg Fire Department, accomplished a lot with minimal staffing. Since I was hired in 2006, or actually early 2007, our call volume each year increased. No additional firefighter positions had been added since I started. In addition, we dealt with budget constraints. The end of last June, prior to the contract with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, our fire department was averaging 15 to 16 calls per day. It was common for us to run up to 20 calls per day, which is a 24-hour time span. Our staff in general was starting to suffer from mental fatigue. Our staffing model during the last year's Newberg Fire Department also changed due to volunteer retention, as previously described. Over the last 5 years, Newberg Fire experienced a decline in volunteer firefighters. Previously, we ran 2 staff medic units and 2 engines, which were staffed with paid lieutenants and supplemented by volunteers for night shift. On a regular basis, we were having to shut down 1 engine at night due to lack of staffing. I recall my last fire as a Newberg fire. It was approximately 1 in the morning. We had only 1 3-person staffed engine that night. Dispatch tapped a residential fire. We immediately cleared our previous call to respond to the fire. Dispatch requested 4 engines, 1 ladder truck, 1 medic unit, and 1 chief officer from our organization. Responding from Newberg on that fire that night was 1 engine, 1 medic unit, and 1 chief officer, which was less than I needed. When I arrived on scene, it was clear we had a working fire. In addition, I noticed what appeared to be a burn patient walking towards my engine. I immediately assigned the medic unit to treat and transport the patient. As a lieutenant, I am responsible for timely decisions that have life and death consequences. Inadequate resources and a large number of variables make those critical decisions extremely challenging. I have had many sleepless nights in my career hoping nothing bad would happen to my crew, our citizens, or my family. TVFNR runs a sustainable fire and EMS service model. On July 1, 2016, they fast-forwarded our fire department ahead at least 15 years with additional staffing, apparatus, and tools for our job. They are professional and a compassionate organization dedicated to serving their communities and their citizens. As a lieutenant with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, decision-making is simplified as staffing assignments are consistent. If additional resources are needed on an incident, they are immediately dispatched and en route. Recently, we had a residential fire in Newberg, in contrast to the example I just shared, where our response from Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue included 4 engines, 1 ladder truck, 1 specialty rescue team, and 2 chief officers. Tualatin Valley also acknowledges Newberg Fire Department has strengths it brings to their district. In fact, Tualatin Valley has utilized several Newberg fire paramedics to assist in delivering EMS training and simulations to their entire district. An additional benefit to us is the health and wellness support that we receive from them. Our medical screenings now include a treadmill test, blood work, and a doctor's exam for cardiac and cancer screenings. Council members and mayor, thank you for your time, and we ask that you support us, our families, and citizens by allowing us to provide the highest level of service to our community. We believe TVFNR is the best sustainable fire and EMS service model for us and our citizens.
Thank you. You did very well. Any questions or comments for Mr. Willett? None appearing. Mr. Alex Haven, please.
Thank you for your service.
Alex Haven with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, and I think you'll find that some of what I say echoes Mr. Willett's comments. But good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilor, City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I have lived and or worked in Newberg since I was 7 years old. I graduated from Newberg High School and continue to be an active member in this community. I am currently a captain with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue here at Newberg Station 20. I started my fire service career as a volunteer with Newberg Fire nearly 18 years ago. Shortly after, I was hired by NFD as a full-time firefighter, worked my way through the ranks, and served the last 8 years on the executive management team as a division chief over operations and training. Serving in this capacity, I experienced firsthand the challenges and frustrations that came with managing, year after year, budget shortfalls, staffing issues, and increased struggles to provide the service to the community of Newberg that it deserved. I sit before you this evening to say thank you for your willingness to seek sustainable options for fire and EMS services, and to also voice the support of Newberg firefighters for TVFNR as a permanent fire and EMS provider in Newberg. TVFNR provides your firefighters in this community with an opportunity to ensure that the citizens and business owners have committed, professional, and fully dedicated fire and EMS services. We now have double staffing with 4 firefighters on each of our fire units and a 24-hour chief officer in Newberg. This is something your firefighters have dreamed of for a really long time. The depth of 23 other fully staffed stations with firefighters and paramedics that are ready to respond to the needs of the entire district provides a level of immediate coverage and assistance during major emergencies like fires, vehicle accidents, and periods of peak call volume. These resources are immediately and readily available to respond to this community if needed. Training is an important component to firefighter effectiveness and safety. In previous years, we struggled to provide the necessary training to our firefighters required by state and national standards. TVFNR has provided us with the much needed opportunities of regular and focused training. TVFNR also has an entire fire and life safety division with staff dedicated to services like fire and hazard prevention, code enforcement, and safety inspections, just to name a few. With the help of staff focused on this mission, we are able to provide an enhanced level of integrated fire and life safety services to Newberg. Prior to TVFNR, we were responsible for building maintenance, logistics, apparatus repair, and maintenance, in addition to our emergency response roles. With TVFNR, we are able to focus more on preparing for emergencies and other needs of the community, because of the dedicated staff and programs that TVFNR has to support us, our apparatus, and our stations. And finally, it's an important sentiment that Lieutenant Willett echoed. One of the most important components that TVFNR provides to us is dedicated employee health and wellness staff. The primary focus of these staff members is to ensure that we are physically and mentally prepared to respond on emergencies. Annually, we receive comprehensive medical and physical evaluations that screen disease, heart problems, cancer, and other occupational risks that often take the lives of many firefighters every year. For us and our families, this is worth its weight in gold. I never had a comprehensive physical prior to TVFNR, and it's changed my life. The items I mentioned above are just a few of the benefits that TVFNR has brought to this community. And your Newberg firefighters, I speak to this not because we didn't want to provide these services as Newberg Fire, but we effectively couldn't. The majority of our available funding went towards staffing, and what we did have to operate with was just enough to get us by. So in closing, I am proud of where I came from. I am proud to be a Newberg firefighter. I am also just as proud of where I am and to be a part of a new family with 12th Valley Fire and Rescue. I understand what small department means to this community, and I understand the personal struggle that comes with change of this nature. In my experience working with TVFNR this past year, we as an organization are committed to our mission of serving and staying connected to our communities, and our firefighters are and always will be your firefighters. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider our support for 12th Valley Fire and Rescue as the permanent solution to fire and EMS service in Newberg.
Thank you. Any questions or
Yeah,
comments?
I had one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, would you please wait? Councilor Johnson?
The captain here came to my house with a crew. I tried to use an oven once, and didn't go so well. And what I was impressed with him and his crew was that I had two little girls freaking out because my fire alarm was going on. They were convinced my cat was going to die. And they really showed an incredible amount of professionalism in something that was definitely not a life-threatening emergency. So I just thank you for coming tonight. I know this is kind of my arena, and I've seen you in yours, and I got to say, I was impressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Neil Klein, please.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Mayor, some of you know me. I'm Neil Klein. I'm on the Traffic Safety Commission for Newberg and was on the Mayor's Cabinet for several years, helping start that and stuff. I was also a volunteer firefighter for 15 years here in Newberg. I retired out as a captain duty officer and stuff. I also worked 10 years on the ambulance here in Newberg when it was part of the hospital and started here. I started my career back in the early 80s down in Los Angeles and stuff. I currently work as a lieutenant paramedic for another department. I've been there for 24 years. Actually, started out as firefighters with Chief Dyke at that department a long time ago. TVFNR is a good department. I'm not a member of TVFNR, but I've done mutual aid with TVFNR. I've done a lot of training with TVFNR. I can remember when TVFNR was called Consolidated Fire Department when it was first being originated by Chief Snook. And it's developed from there and grown. I've seen what it's done to other communities, West Lynn, Beaverton, and things like that. It's very positive. My ties with Newberg, some of the Newberg volunteer firefighters that I was volunteer with are still some of my closest friends. Some of them were on the department and became paid, and I saw the transition. I saw what was happening. Back when I was on the department, we had 50, 60 volunteers that were active, and I saw that slowly declining. I was one of those ones that got hit with it after 2 or 3 times of company coming over, and 5 minutes later, you're gone for the next 3 or 4 hours. It doesn't go over well at home, and other taxing things. So I had to retire out. It's a major commitment. It's seen nationwide in other departments all across the country where volunteers just cannot do it. And then you take into consideration all the requirements on a fire scene that's already been talked about tonight. not even getting into the National Fire Protection Association recommendation of 4 people per fire engine, which TVFNR is now giving to the city of Newberg. The 2 in, 2 out rule that OSHA requires for firefighters, that unless there's imminent rescue needed, you can't put firefighters inside a structure to do that, unless you absolutely know you've got somebody inside. You have to stay out to do your firefighting. When fire grows or doubles in size every 30 seconds, I've been there. I've seen it where your hands are tied to a certain extent. You want to get in there and you can't. TVFNR provides a good service. They provide good training. They've got good personnel. They've got good leadership with Chief Dyke. Newberg had a great department. We had great chiefs, Elmer Christensen, Michael Sherman. I learned a lot from those gentlemen. Les Hallman did a great job with what he could here, but Newberg is at that point where we cannot sustain it. We need to move on, especially if we want to see Newberg grow and offer that. One of the things people are going to be looking at is fire protection. If they can't get it, or if they're hearing rumors about, well, don't call the fire department, you're not going to get anybody. It's not, people aren't going to want to move here. They're not going to want to move their companies here and businesses here. So I would highly recommend that we move towards that, going with TVFNR. I think it's the best thing. The other options that were discussed here tonight, going with forming a fire district with Dundee, Rural, Yam Hill and stuff, I think the problems with that is that you're going to be starting something from scratch, which means you're going to be hiring people, they're probably not going to have as much training or education and experience, and that's going to come with time. And it's going to be hurtful. And what's going to happen if that doesn't work 5 years from now or 10 years from now? Now we're going to be back to square one we are now. TVFNR is established. We've had a year with them. We've seen them. We've had mutual aid with them for a long time. Back when I was on the department, we had mutual aid with TVFNR. So I think they bring something to the table that is very necessary for the city of Newberg, where we are right now and where we want to be when we grow. So 2 other things I guess I want to mention, I'm probably not going to be as favorable on this, is one, I personally am not in favor of taking this to a vote to the public. I think you as city councils, we elect you to make our decisions in some cases, and I think this is one, especially if the vote's going to cost us money. I personally, we trust you with making decisions. This is a difficult decision. I understand that and I know that, but we have to have at some point say, you know what, we are a city council, we expect you to make decisions. We may not like the decision. We have, ways of dealing with that, but we have public testimony and other things that we can do so we can give you our opinion, but I'm not in favor of that. The other thing is the $1.88 per thousand. So one thing I've been hearing, even when I was a volunteer here in the department, especially serving on mayor's cabinet and especially serving on traffic safety commission, is Newberg's strapped for cash. We have people that come and want things, stop signs, road improvements, this or that, and like traffic safety is not a line item in the budget, and we can't provide what they want. So if we could take some of that $1.88 or less of it and possibly turn it towards infrastructure improvements, we won't run into a problem where we did with the water bills going up because we put off maintenance on the wells for so long that we got to the point that we really had to. At some point, we're going to have to pay Peter. Okay, and so that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Klein? Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it very much. Mr. Bob Weifel, did I do that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. W-Y-F-F-E-L. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Bob Weifels. I'm a resident of Tigard, Oregon. My street address is 9777 Southwest Elrose Street, Tigard, zip code 97224. My history with what is now TVFNR started way back in 1984 with the original Tualatin Rural Fire and Rescue District. I spent a number of years on their budget committee when they did the consolidation with Washington County number 1. I moved over. I spent a total of 13 years on the budget committee because one time I stupidly asked the question of somebody on the Tualatin Rural Board, just what do you guys do with our tax dollars? Fast forward to November of '96, I was asked to apply and was appointed to the board. I ran for election. the following March, and I have been a board member since then. So I'm working on my 34th year with the fire district. I have seen a number of changes with the fire district. I've seen Beaverton come in, and that operated almost seamlessly. A few years after that, the city of West Lynn asked us to be their provider. That came through almost seamlessly. We have fine-tuned the organization through a number of very excellent fire chiefs, and we've had a board of directors over the last 20-plus years, actually 30-plus years, that has always been able to look towards the future. We have an established culture within our organization where any level of employee can bring forth an idea, and a lot of times those ideas come to bear fruit. A lot of times those ideas have actually saved lives. This fire district financially is run very conservatively. That's what got me on the budget committee in the first place, because people appreciated the way I looked after my own personal finances. TVF&R is one of the highest rated fire districts in the entire country. It has a AAA rating. When we put up bonds for sale, they're gone in minutes. As far as working with Newberg, we have been your partners for a number of years via our stations in Wilsonville, our stations in Sherwood, and most recently with Washington County District 2. We have a close relationship with your community. At no time in the past has any community that ever joined TVF&R ever lost its identity. If anything, they have become stronger. The same thing will happen with Newberg. Newberg has an opportunity before it to offer services to its current residents and its future residents that will be unmatched. Plain and simple. This is an organization that can service you in ways that were not even imaginable just a couple years ago. Thanks to the efforts of Chief Dyke, his staff, your former fire chief, Les Ullman, this arrangement between Newberg and TVF&R has been from my perspective, a beautiful, beautiful courtship so far. I strongly urge you to be in favor of a decision tonight to join with TVF&R. We will not let you down. We will not let your citizens down. We will not let down Yamhill County. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Wackman? Any comments? Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have some individuals that are coming to us undecided, and I'm going to call on a Margaret Talt.
I'm Margaret Talt, a resident of Newberg. I've attended and heard the presentations at the Newberg City Club and at the open house in the firehouse last Thursday. And it seems to me to be more than just a simple raising of tax. At both presentations, a lot of statistics and a lot of information was given to us, but in neither one did I hear much about how the best interest of Newberg would be represented, how it would have input into major decisions concerning us on the district-wide level. I also called a fire insurance agent in Tualatin and was told that there would be no change in our fire insurance rates. They would not go down as a result of going into a larger district. I was in a conversation with the Newberg fire chief in which he explained that there's a board of directors and we could be represented on that board, but Newberg has only 24,000 people. Even if there was someone from Newberg willing to run for a position on that board, the overall district is over 400,000, as I understand it. I don't see much chance for Newberg to get representation on that district. The other thing that concerns me is that this is not just simply a transfer of responsibility and authority. There's also the matter of future tax raises, and I'm sure they will come with time. What chance do we have? What kind of protection do we have on the override-wide district as to input into these tax rates? So what I've been looking for is some assurance, and I haven't been hearing it, that our interests will probably have a voice. Although I must admit, I think probably annexation is in our best interest. Thank you for your time.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Dahl? Thank you, appreciate it. Camille Seppi-Veneta? Did I get it right?
Close enough.
All right, thank you, appreciate your patience.
My name's Camille Seppi-Nevada. Thank you guys for allowing everyone to come in and give their opinion on this. I'd like to address my concerns about moving forward with the annexation without limiting the levy of the $1.88. At the town hall meeting, the city manager said that the city wants to listen to the citizens. And on several occasions, the citizens have spoken. For some examples, at the second town hall meeting, the citizens overwhelmingly agreed they want the city to limit the ability to levy the $1.88. The TVF&R survey results clearly showed citizens don't want the city to collect the $1.88. Even decades ago, citizens approved measures 47 and 50. They spoke clearly that increases in property taxes must be approved by the voters. While this does not violate the letter of the law, it clearly breaks the voters' intentions and the spirit of that law. On 2 occasions, the mayor has tried to defer discussion about the $1.88 issue to some unspecified later time. It is absurd to choose a product or service without also addressing the financial impact. I would hope that you would not choose a car without looking at the price at the time of purchase. TVF&R has great service, but it only makes sense at a certain cost. We have been told repeatedly to just trust the city council members that we elected, and if we disagree with their decisions, we can vote them out after their 4-year term. But it is not just whether we trust the 6 of you on this issue. You are also asking us to trust unknown future councils. A charter amendment which would ensure future city council members are held to the standard we are all wanting to set. The city manager promising tonight to not levy for 1 year is not enough. What I'm asking tonight is that you decide that the charter amendment is important enough that it is given a proper hearing. You have enough citizens concerned about this issue that you should at least formally consider this option. The problem is not TVF&R. They do a phenomenal job. It's what we're going to do with the tax money. I would appreciate you giving my views and the views of the other citizens of Newberg who have spoken the consideration that is due. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Lon Wall?
Good thing you have air conditioning.
You need a blanket on.
No, definitely not. I might in a half an hour.
You're using up your time.
Okay, go.
Good evening, Lon.
Good evening, Lon Wall, Newberg resident, mayor, councilors, and staff. Many citizens of Newberg have been showing great concern recently regarding the TVF&R annexation. I'm not here tonight to give an opinion one way or another on that annexation. I want to talk briefly about a consequence of that annexation proposal. This, of course, involves the issue of the city having the automatic authority to continue to collect the $1.88 of the general fund in property taxes for fire service that would otherwise, or should otherwise, be offset with the annexation proposal. We have proposed a charter amendment as the only way to guarantee that the money stays with the taxpayers. I've been privileged to work with this in past councils during the last 13 years or so when I've been on the Budget Committee as a citizen member. A complaint heard every year is that Oregon's constitutional limits on property taxes are just a terrible thing. Staff members don't like it, and even some city councilors don't like it. We were told earlier, why should the citizens vote on this or anything else? We should trust you. Of course, the opposite argument here is that we would have a council that could raise property taxes anytime they felt the need to any amount they thought they could get away with. That's why we have a constitutional limit known as Measures 47 and 50. A lot of money, a lot of effort, and a lot of time on the part of the citizens of Oregon was spent getting this into the Constitution. I respect our city manager. I respect the mayor and council. I've worked with you all numerous times. But you have your points of view, some of which may be heartfully dedicated to city government, but apparently totally without any understanding as to your constituents' point of view. Newberg taxpayers pay the bill, always. A tax increase of this magnitude without a vote of the taxpayers is unconscionable. The unique circumstances involving this TVF&R vote should not be cheapened or threatened by a grab on the part of the city government for more tax money that they don't have to get permission to take. Remember, everyone who owns property or rents property in Newberg is at risk for a much bigger tax bill or rental bill. Excuse me. Please don't expect us to rely on arguments like trust us. If I were on the city council, I wouldn't trust you either. It's just simple human nature. It's not because I think any of you are crooks or you intentionally mismanage the money. It's simply that when most people have access to money, they tend to take it and spend it. This is especially true, as we all know, of governments. The constitutional limits in place guarantee that we all use our better accounting procedures. We owe the taxpayers of Newberg the respect for the position as the financial backers of our town. We don't owe them an end run around the Oregon State Constitution. A binding charter amendment put to the voters along with a vote on TVF&R, or the potential for huge tax increases to every center or every renter, homeowner, and business in Newberg without a vote. Some people have tried to make this sound like a complicated issue. In fact, some of the people that don't want to talk about this, oh, this is so complicated. Yes, it's terrible. This is a complicated tax issue. And that's the only argument they have. It's not a complicated issue. It's a very easy and simple issue. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Wall? None appearing? Thank you, Lon.
You bet.
Mr. Robert Seppi?
Good evening, Council. My name is Robert Seppi, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I provided written testimony earlier that I presume you have all read. I would like to focus on two issues that I raised there. I think that the Council has some easy decisions to make tonight. I have heard repeatedly that the Council wants to follow the will of its constituents. Your constituents have made their will very clear on numerous occasions, which should make for a simple task to follow it. In the survey, in focus group sessions, and in the first town hall meeting, participants were asked what should be done about the $1.88 that is presently levied. In all cases, your constituents overwhelmingly indicated that it should not be collected. In fact, on the sticker board at the first town hall, it was unanimous. While there was no specific tally taken at the second town hall meeting, I think it was very clear that there was a consensus that the $1.88 should not be collected. It is critical to note that the question wasn't about whether or not the $1.88 should be collected next year or the following year. It was about whether it should be collected at all. Clearly, your constituents have spoken. Please listen to them. They want a real limit put on the ability to assess the $1.08. We all know that there's only one way to accomplish this. There's been discussion about a resolution to keep the $1.88 from being levied for 1 year. I think it would be disrespectful to your constituents to move forward with such a resolution. I think that it will be clear to them that this is a poor attempt at trying to appear that you are listening when it will clearly show that you are not. The resolution would have no teeth, as it could be rescinded with a simple council action. In addition, it doesn't address the fact that this is not a single year issue. It will be difficult for me to overstress this next point. You heard numerous people at the second town hall indicate that they would likely not vote for the annexation without a real limit in place on the $1.88. I think that is a very common view. More specifically, when the voters are casting their ballots on the annexation, if they aren't presented with a real limit of the $1.88 at the same time, the annexation will very likely fail. Please don't put Newberg in that position. If you move forward with the annexation, it is critical that you also move forward with a real limit at the same time. The second decision, whether or not there should be a binding public vote on the annexation, also seems quite easy. You can hide behind the results of the survey as the reason, but there is clearly a much larger principle here. Put simply, state law requires it. There's been far too much effort put forth to try to skirt around the law, and I think this has further damaged the council's reputation. State law is clear that there is no requirement for an election in the district, but nothing has taken away the requirement for the election in the city. Before 2003, state law was clear that there would be elections both in the district and in the city. In 2003, TVF&R petitioned the state to remove the requirement for a district vote in cases such as ours. TVR was successful in their petition, which I think was appropriate. I think it's important to remind you what was discussed in the Oregon House hearing on that matter. The presenter, Burton Wiest, said it very clearly, quote, "If the district is annexing the city, the residents of the city get the vote, because they're the ones whose taxes will change if annexation takes place." He also said, quote, "The people to be annexed have the right to vote. And this bill does not change or affect their right to vote in any way." I could provide other quotes, but how much clearer does it need to be? One doesn't need a law degree to understand these words or the words of the state statutes. A binding vote of the citizens of Newberg is required by law. As I said at the start, I think your decisions are easy tonight. Follow the law and put a binding annexation vote on the ballot. Follow the will of your constituents and put a real limit on the $1.88 on the same election as the annexation. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Seppi? Any comments? Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. You want to take a break? I need a break. We are going to be in recess for about 10 minutes.
Brandon Arms. I think it's not necessarily for you, but you can have a shot. Act a little Oh, that's good. Something for you to take with you. I didn't see it until I was like, hey. Thank you. For this one, we're actually going to convince Gary to actually, I guess it didn't take much convincing, but we're actually trying to do the process for the Wednesday commission rather than waiting 9 days for next week.
Sergeant at Arms, would you check, see if Councilor Hessen is ready to join us? So we have a Sergeant at Arms.
Now I know, it takes too long in the bathroom.
That's right. We're now reconvened. You have heard the information and the presentation from the city manager. You've heard the testimony from Representative TVFNR, and we've had some of our citizens bring some things to our attention. And you have before us a staff recommendation of a motion to place a ballot measure on the November 17 ballot, and that the city through resolution would not levy the $1.88. I have a couple of suggestions, but I'm leaving some discussion open to you all first, unless you're ready for me to stick my oar in the water. All right, here we go. I would like to change that motion, that we, through a motion, direct staff to certain activities. And the first of those would be that we, by motion, direct staff to proceed with the annexation with TVFNR, subject to the outcome of the second item. And the second item is that we place on the ballot a measure in November of 2017 to ask the voters to approve an annexation into Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. That is a thumbs up, thumbs down. If they do not approve, the voters do not approve that, then we do not do an annexation. Number 3, I think it can be done by resolution, and that's a good start. But I'm going to suggest that we direct the staff to prepare an ordinance that puts it into our code that the city council shall not levy the $1.88 property tax in tax year 2018-19, and that number 4, that increase, and this is in the ordinance, that there shall be no increase in the levy in future years without a vote of the electorate, with one condition. And we've heard about measures 47, 50, and you're aware also of measure 5. But one of the things that we, the voters, or you, the voters, we're all voters, and we're all impacted by this. One of the things that those provisions provide for is they do provide for a 3% increase in the assessed value of property. And I'm going to suggest that there be no increase in the levy of the reduced $1.88. There be no increase in that levy greater than 3% without a vote of the electorate. And I would further ask, and it's not part of the resolution, but I would further ask that those that, and I sincerely understand what is being said by those that are asking for the charter amendment, but I would ask them if they would defer their action pending how honorable future councils will be in honoring the Newberg City Code. And if the councils do not honor it, then exercise at that time your right of initiative and referral. By it being an ordinance, that is subject to initiative and referral. And I would ask that you pursue it that way. So that's basically, my motion is one, we proceed with the annexation, and we place, subject to a vote in the November election, and that we by ordinance do not levy the $1.88 property tax that had been previously used for that, and that levy cannot be increased at an amount greater than 3% without the vote of the electorate.
Second.
Can I ask for clarification, please?
Are you voting on this?
I would if I could.
You may, go ahead, but you come forward and identify yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council. Sorry to jump in like this.
Button on the right.
Button on the right, and identify yourself, please.
My name is Joe McIntyre. I lived in Newberg for 4 years, Yamhill County for more than 50 years. I have the terminology that you have used is complex and I believe not accurate. The levy is different from the amount of money that is raised. You talked about the property tax value can go up. This is correct. It goes up 3%. The levy stays the same forever and ever, amen.
Negative, ma'am. It's the tax rate that is the total tax rate is what's fixed in the Constitution.
Yes.
That's $4.38.
That's correct.
We are lowering the levy. We're not levying all of that.
I understand that. Oh, so you're saying that you want the $1.88 to be also able to go up 3% as well as the...
No. The $4.38 is fixed. I'm not saying anything on that. That we cannot levy, we must reduce our levy to where it would be basically $2.50. That's the recognition of the $1.88. That $1.88, we cannot go back up, not to exceed our statutory limit by an amount greater than 3%.
All right, so you are saying that it can go up 3%.
And I'm doing, and in that particular
case... But that would
case,
be by ordinance?
That would be by ordinance, not by resolution.
Correct.
And by ordinance, that becomes a legislative action by this council. And you, the public, if you do take issue with that, you can then, if you find that an organization is not abiding by that, you can then, through the initiative and referral referendum process, you can put that on the ballot.
Thank you. And I do want to clarify, though, that the property value also can go up 3%.
The assessed value
Yes.
may go up 3% per year. That is
Yes,
correct.
that's correct. So there would be those two issues then that we'd be working with.
That could be.
Thank you very
But anything that
much.
exceeds that, you would have to ratify that as a vote.
Or if you wanted to exceed it, go to the people and...
That's right, if we wanted to go
Right.
up now 3%, just as an example, 3%, I think is 2.5 cents. Of $2.50, 3%, I think is 2.5 cents, something like that. But that's all that we could do without a vote of the public.
Thank you.
But we could never
okay.
exceed $4.38.
I just wanted to clarify the difference between property value assessed
Thank you.
and the levy, or the
Are you
rate.
with me now?
The rate. I understand you now.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. And thank you for letting me talk. I was not going to.
Well, you
That's
did.
otherwise I would have handed in something.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
I would respectfully request that these two issues be split. I'm not crazy about a motion that does both the annexation and also talks about the...
Let me try it again. My motion is that we proceed with the annexation. But that is subject to us putting a ballot on the, measure on the ballot. If that requires a resolution, then we do it. And then a second piece that they staff brings back to us is an ordinance. It's a separate piece and a separate part.
That separates.
That's separate.
So, at a later date, we could discuss each individually.
They have to come back to us, yes.
Okay, so one would come back as the ballot measure, one would come back as the
We have
ordinance
to approve the resolution to put it on the ballot.
And
We
then-
have to approve the ordinance to do the other, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Count.
could I just say one thing to clarify that? So if the council passes some motion tonight, then under the state statutes, the city council has to propose annexation through a resolution to the district board. So that resolution would have to come back for your consideration, and that would be specifically the instrument that gets the whole process started from the Oregon Revised Statute standpoint.
Councilor Corey?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the ordinance that you're proposing. Are the 188 that you're talking about, will that not be levied at all in the future?
It will.
Or what's the ordinance going to say?
We will not levy that the first year.
Okay, what about in the future?
We cannot levy greater than 3% of what our base levy is, which would be $2.50. If we want to levy any more than $2.50 in tax year 2019, 2020, we would have to, if it exceeded 3%, we would have to ask for a vote of the electorate. And in no case can we ever, at this juncture, can we ever levy any greater than 438. Clarification.
Does that supply, clarification is, does that supply to TVF&R in a timely manner the action, the RCA that they need to move the situation forward?
Let's have TVF&R. Mike, you want to respond to that? Chief Dyke?
Since it's time sensitive.
Good question.
You can bring anybody else to the table you need.
Oh, no, that's up to me to say. Oh,
I
you
may.
can't say that.
This is
Go
Mike
ahead.
Dyke.
The mayor would approve.
Mike Dyke, Fire Chief, 12 Valley Fire and Rescue.
Thanks, Chief.
If the question is, does action tonight to approve to start the process of a vote for annexation give us what we need to move forward? I believe it does. We would start the legal process that the attorney has outlined on both the city side and the district side. Obviously, there'll be ballot title. There'll be there's a lot of moving pieces. Hence, why the contract was written the way it was. That we wanted to know whether we're moving forward with this lengthy, very, very, lots of checks and balances process, or not. So I believe that we would have what we needed to start the process, and then it would obviously be back in front of you throughout that. The different pieces that you would need to approve as the elected body of the city, and then obviously there'll be other pieces we put in front of the district's board of directors for their half of the equation.
So we'll all be on the same page.
The question was, will we all then be on the same page?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilor Essen, Councilor Johnson.
I'm trying to figure this out. So we're passing a resolution to put the ordinance.
No, I made a motion that we have a resolution come back to us.
Oh, okay. So we're just asking for the
We're
staff
asking staff to bring these actions back to us.
Okay, so they're to bring it back, and as part of that, they're going to put this issue on the ballot, November 2017 ballot? Okay, so as part of what they're bringing back to us, we will be placing this on the ballot, up or down, whatever the results, that's the way it's going to be. So if the citizens don't vote for it, it's done. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then they would also come back with a resolution, to put an ordinance on, in effect?
An ordinance,
And so then we would have to pass the ordinance separate, and then you're throwing in the 3%. That's basically what we're voting on here. Is that correct? But they'll be bringing it back to us.
bring it back for further consideration, yes.
Okay, is there a date certain on that?
I think that's a good question. City Attorney, how soon?
It would have to be at the next council meeting, which is July 17th.
Where the lights are not being turned on the July 3rd.
So would that be included in a motion then?
Be fine. I accept
Yeah,
that
the-
as a friendly amendment.
It would have to be at that would be the latest date we could do it to meet the other schedules of our other parties involved in this.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mayor, even if we wanted to do this as Mr. Suppy has suggested, as I said in the meeting earlier, will be sending when we're talking about a ballot measure having to do with, what are we calling, I forget it, a charter amendment? I don't think we could do that with the time limits involved in this. So this could go into effect, and if somebody later on wanted to do this, that would have to be added in, because I don't think with the time, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna be in favor of this.
Counselor Johnson?
So, the challenge this evening, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your effort on this and your thought that, I think we've all spent tons of time on this issue, particularly because of its importance. The first one, the annexation vote, if I could vote tonight to have Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue take over, I would do it. But after reading legal opinions and the state statute and the statute and the testimony that was given at the committee meetings, I'm a firm believer that we're required by state law to have a vote on this. The second thing that's attached to this that is troubling for me is that through an ordinance, I agree that voters could refer this. Through a charter amendment, they don't have to pay attention to us. And so basically what we're doing through an ordinance is putting the onus on people to pay attention to every single meeting. So a July 3rd meeting, a future council could pass this. A December 24th meeting, a council could pass to raise the rate. And that, judging by how many people we normally have at our city council meetings, I think puts an unfair onus on the taxpayers and doesn't give checks and balances. And personally, I'm not crazy about the ordinance idea simply because of that.
I'm confused. If we have an ordinance that prevents us from doing it, how are you going to do it then?
Well, future council can
You're going to
overturn the ordinance.
You're going to overturn the ordinance?
And
Well, there are some deadlines that you have to meet on that. So you don't do it just boom.
I know, but they can waive a second reading and they can go ahead and do it. And then people most likely through the paper would find out, but still, we're putting the onus on people to pay attention.
It's up to you, the council. You guys are going to have to live with it. I don't have to live with it.
Well, and when I look at that and I say, judging by how long has this been going on and when did the crowds show up on the TVF&R issue? When we did the contract, I don't think there's anybody in the audience except for TVF&R folks. It wasn't until mailers went out and people got all worked up that people started showing up. So for me to have these two issues locked together, you're forcing me to vote for this because it's important that we have TVF&R here.
No, I disagree with you there. And the reason I'm saying is, I'm asking staff to bring this back. You haven't made the decision to adopt this yet.
I agree, but if we're going to have a charter amendment as well, do you think there's staff time between now and?
We're not asking for a charter amendment.
But if one passes tonight, then there's no way there's going to be staff time.
We haven't passed a charter amendment.
I know, but if there's, okay.
I'm not following you, Councilor Johnson.
And that's
really
fine.
not.
Basically, I'm voting for this, but I'm doing it with my nose plugged, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
You have to consider too, Patrick, most of the council is probably not in favor of a charter amendment. You might be, but I don't think that you have the support of the council in this particular area here. So is this the most suitable way to propel this forward? The mayor's alternative is very great here. I think that citizens within the 7.5 square miles need to recognize that if the charter amendment or if the annexation does not occur, that guarantees additional fines, taxes, and levies that will be much greater than $2.08. Whether it's $2.52, or I believe that Joe's probably correct, is that it's probably $3.76 here along the way. It's important that annexation occur. My conscience tells me I need to get from point A to point B in the most efficacious manner. I need to do so in the best interest of Kate, who lives on my left, Carol, who lives on my right, my brother-in-law lives on Crosstown, and all of these people out here, all right? And if I'm doing so, and at the least amount of money possible for us to excel as a fire department, that's what my conscience wants to vote for, all right? I'm here to represent the best interest of citizens. Great service at the least cost without hemorrhaging the budget there, without the further subjection of citizens to fees, taxes, and levies to try and reconstitute a fire department. Folks, we cannot go backwards and accomplish this. So, in terms of money, it's a win-win-win.
Councilor Bacon.
Yes. First, I think it's highly unethical to scare you into this. So here's what I have to say. I could support the mayor's ordinance very easily. I could also support a charter amendment that does the same thing that the mayor asked for. So I could, either way works fine with me. What I don't want to see is the city council and the citizens losing the permanent ability to get to that $1.88 in case of a whatever, we need it for something. And we will, because costs go up. And so if we could somehow combine the two, that it would always go to a vote of the people if we need to fix roads or to buy a tower for 911. If we could go to the people and say we need 50 cents of that $1.88, either through a charter amendment or through the ordinance, I'm fine, either way, whatever makes people most comfortable. But I'm not here to scare you to saying, well, if you don't pass that, it's going to cost you this much, because we know that the citizens of Newberg are really smart voters. And we know that the citizens of Newberg are very smart voters. We passed school bonds when no one else passed school bonds because we care about our community. We passed a pool bond when no one else passed any kind of bonds because our community loves our children. So I am fully committed to believing that the citizens of Newberg are going to make the right choice. I trust them. They might not trust me, obviously, according to some of you tonight, which I'm a little offended by. But I do trust them because they do the right thing.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Essen, Councilor McKinney.
First of all, one of the things I heard at the city manager say is, well, if you don't, if they go back on their word and raise your taxes, you can always vote them out. Well, I wasn't real fond of that, by the way, Mr. Manager. But it is true. But the other side thing that everybody seems to be missing is this is a vote. What if they vote no? Why do we need to put a charter amendment in before we even know what the vote is? If you're voting no, it goes away. Now you're going to have to figure out how to get it. But I don't see putting a charter amendment in before we hear what the people say. So that's why I'm saying, okay, I'm perfectly happy with the charter amendment, but I prefer that we do it as the mayor says, see what happens, and then, as the mayor said, we could even at that point say, well, they voted no, so no need, I'm glad we didn't go through the charter drill, because now we've got to go another direction. So that's why it makes sense. Now, if they vote yes, there's been a proposal that we look at what has been proposed at the charter. At some point, we could still bring that forward. And it wouldn't be up to the citizens to go gather and spend the money, because if there's a real, decision, but I still want to look at the fact that a no is a real answer, and at that point, we've got another direction we haven't gone through the whole drill of changing our charter. Because if we are going to change the charter at all, that brings up a whole bailiwick of other things to talk about, which, we're going to be looking at even so when I send, because there may be some charter amendments that we want to initiate at some point down the road as we look at some of the problems we have. Because we haven't changed the charter in 12 years, so it might be something we want to do. But for right now, I just want to hear, okay, you guys get your vote. If it votes no, there you go. If it's yes, we're going to put this ordinance into place, and, if there's something that, okay, we're going to go ahead with the ordinance because we just don't trust you, well then, that's always another option. That can be done by the citizens on their own. They don't need our permission. So that's why this seems like a logical way to go.
Councilor McKinney?
Thanks. Denise, my comments were not meant to scare the public. I've been a pretty straight shooter with everybody. I'm one of the few candidates on this council that's ever had opposition and still get reelected, because I've always chosen truthfulness and facts and been recognized as one who sees things for what they are. So my comments were not meant to scare anybody. That's just the way life is. Robert, when you and I sit down at the coffee shop and you're proposing your ideas, and I looked at you and I said a charter amendment would be a major disservice to the community of Newberg, and we said that to each other without being judgmental to each other or everything else, but there are legitimate needs that are coming down the pike in the city of Newberg that might consume more than the $1.88, just so that you and I don't have to live in a third-rate community, so that we can continue to make the progress that we need to be proud to be able to be Newbergers. I'm pretty conservative, all right? But when different things come down the pike, and councils in the past would take a citizens' rate review, X number of dollars to be able to keep the water flowing, to keep the toilets flushing, to keep the water going down the street drains or whatever, and councils in the past used to cut that figure in half. I thought that was kind of immoral. It cost what it cost. And in order to be good neighbors with each other, we need to face the facts for what they are and make the right decisions. Now, I've launched into preacher, but after all, I've been a preacher for 30 years, all right? But we're down into a situation, my comments were not meant to scare anybody. It's just, let's look at the future for what it is. We are best served by TVFNR. It's going the most efficient way to create a superior service for the longest period of time, and we need to do that. Your comments were especially prudent because depending on the vote, we might have to change course or answer different questions by there. I completely agree with Denise, is that the $1.88 might be necessary to use for something else somewhere along the way here or whatever. But this charter amendment business, which we're not voting on tonight, all right, could be a huge disservice to the community of Newberg here. It's not about the $1.88. It's about Newberg being the best that it possibly can.
Question for staff. Do you understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
You did, and you do. Okay.
I think most of the work is mine.
Okay,
You got 2 weeks.
is there any further discussion? Do I hear a call for the question?
Question.
The question's been called for. Are you prepared to vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 6-0. We did our council business earlier. Is there anything further to come before the council at this time?
Yeah,
Councilor Johnson?
I want to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a charter amendment that would limit that if the Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, well, the intent of the charter amendment would be, obviously, the legal department would have to write it, that if and this would obviously be on the ballot with the TVF&R vote, that if the TVF&R vote passes, then our ability to raise the property tax rate would require a vote of the citizens.
The tax rate, we can't raise the tax rate.
Well, sure we can. If
No, we cannot.
Yes, we can.
The tax rate
If we
is
can.
$4.38.
The tax rate that we're reducing it to the
You're
$2.50.
reducing the levy.
Okay, fine, then we cannot raise the levy. Well, I thought I was gonna have the legal team write this for me, but it looks like you want to do that here at Diaz, so I guess, let's go. I'm not afraid of editing. So adjust the levy unless there is a vote of the citizens. That way, you get your ordinance and I get my charter amendment.
I'll second it, because I don't think you have enough to do, Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded to draft a charter amendment. Is there any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Question's been called for. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify. Aye. Let's go for a division of the House, please.
Councilor Essen?
I don't see that this can be done, and I'm not, so, let me do it.
One abstain, but you really can't.
Yes, it's called a demurrer, but, I can't think of the term.
It's either yes or no.
Yeah, but there's another,
You cannot abstain unless you explain your abstain.
what I'm trying to do. My belief is that, my belief is that this cannot, well, first of all, that it just cannot be done in time to have a charter amendment. It needs to, and it needs much more, so I'm gonna. You can say no. No, I'm not saying no.
Accomplish the same thing.
Well, no, I think it,
What is your vote, yes or no, or do you abstain?
I abstain.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Bacon?
Yes.
Counselor McKinney?
No.
Counselor Corey?
No.
Mayor Andrews?
No. Is there any further business to come before the council at this time?
Motion to adjourn.
Been moved to adjourn? I hear